we go. There we go. Get that squared away. Okay, getting prepared. That looks good. That looks good. Now we just gotta wait for people to show up. Wait for people to show up. Come on, people. The show's on. Let's get it going. Come on, everybody. Don't everyone rush in on my account. Hi, Slick. What's going on, sir? Just waiting for everybody to show up. Slick will be starting in a couple minutes here. About 3 minutes to be exact. And we'll get the thing going here. We will get things going. What's that over there? Oh. Yeah. Forgot about that. I forgot about that. Alright, I got that, I got that, I got that, I got that. I have everything I need, which is good. Even though I never use it. Check it out. Fly me to the moon. No. This is the longest 3 minutes ever. Where is everybody? Why aren't you showing up? Don't you check your notifications no more? From Slick, I was going to check out that Infernax game you were talking about because it's on PC, but Elden Ring has been eating up most of my time. Understood. 8th is already platted Elden Ring. Hi, Chris G. No rushing because you don't talk politics. Yeah, 8th is already platted Elden Ring. And he posted on Twitter, and some asshat shows up in his feed wanting proof that he didn't fake it somehow, and was like spamming DMs into 8th's Twitter. So finally 8th got tired of it, and he just turned on his camera phone and filmed himself walking over to his PS5 and pulling up his trophies to show the guy that it was a legit platinum. And you go to this guy's profile, and he's like, championship trophy hunter, 50 whole platinums. And bragging about, I was the first person in the world to plat Sifu. And you look at his proof, and it's from PSN profiles. Where like just a fraction of a percent of the people that own PlayStations are signed up for. Cracks me up. I'm not sure how many hours it took him, Slick. I just know he started it that Friday night when it showed up, and then he finished it like a day or two ago. Took him like 6 days total to 100% it. Here's the fun part. He's already got his speed run for beating Elden Ring down to about 2.5 hours, and he's playing it on PC now because he has it on Steam too, and he estimates that he'll be able to get the speed of 100%ing, aka platting the game, down to about 15 hours of total time. Took him 75 hours to plat it. Okay. 75 hours. Well, anyway, people are being slow to come in today. I don't know why, but at any rate, it's 6 o'clock. It is Saturday, March 5th, 2022, and this is the 7thCast. Greetings and salutations. As always, my name is 7th. I am your friendly neighborhood 7th, your venerable host. 8th is apparently in the chat watching. And I have a new shirt to show off. Check it out. It's Chop Top. from Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. And if you pull up the bottom here, lick my plate, you dog dick. I saw it on the internet and I had to buy it. I had to buy it. I'm sure it's going to get lovely looks when I wear it out in public. Don't say 7th, the man. 7th hasn't even played Elden Ring yet. I have yet to start it. I've been playing other stuff. I intend to start it maybe tomorrow. We'll see. I got stuff I'm working on. But anyway, so everyone seemed to have fun the last time I was here, going over some recent retro anime purchases. Your birthday's tomorrow, going to be 39. Well, congrats. I'm 47. I'm a little bit ahead of you. But everyone seemed to have fun going over some old anime purchases that I'd made. I'm going to show you some more stuff from my anime collection. First of all, the remaining 5 volumes of Gal Geiger showed up. So I got volumes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 here. And then volumes 6 through 10 are in the box set I showed the last time. So I finally got those. I now have the entire series run. I'm very happy about that because this is a important memory of mine of 8th's childhood. It was his first, Gal Geiger was his first anime experience, so I have a very soft spot in my heart for this show. So, means a lot to me. 8th's not as much of a fan of it as he used to be, but it's important to me, so. Let's see here. New Getter Robo. Haven't finished watching this one yet. This one I'm especially happy about. This is a bootleg set of the US dub of Ultimate Muscle, aka the Kanukiman Legacy. This was dubbed into English, a rather hilarious English dub, for the Fox box back in the early 2000s, like around 2003 or so. It was never fully released on DVD. They only released a single 4-episode DVD, which is super expensive on Amazon and on eBay. But I know, there's anime websites out there that have it illegally streaming. We're not talking about, Funimation or Crunchyroll, but I wanted it physical so I could watch it whenever I wanted, and I found this company online that sells bootleg box sets. So they burned me a bootleg set of the entire 70-something episode run, and so I'm very happy to get that. And I mean, it's DVD-Rs with labels on them, so technically with a copy of DVD Fab, I could have downloaded the episodes from somewhere and burned them myself, but I'm too much of a lazy old fat bastard to do that, so I just paid somebody $50 to do it for me. Okay. This one's not a new one. We've had this one in the collection for a while. This is the Berserk Golden Arc. It's got all of the Golden Arc movies on one Blu-ray. Kaiser. This was a sort of a darker heavy metal reboot of Mazinger Z. It came out a few years ago. A lot of people didn't like it because they didn't feel that it had the soul of Mazinger Z. The bad part is that after I purchased it, I found out that the whole thing is watchable on Amazon Prime, and I hadn't noticed it. But hey, if it ever gets dropped off Amazon Prime, I'm all set. Now, continuing on with New Getter Robo. Let's see, where is it? We have Getter Robo Armageddon, which is also known as Shin Getter Robo, as I recall. And then we have Shin Getter Robo versus Neo Getter Robo. So I've got all of the Getter Robo except for the original show from the 70s, which is prohibitively expensive. Here's one that I got for 8th. This isn't a series, this is a movie. It's called Sword of the Stranger. This was really, really good. If you were a fan of Ghost of Tsushima as a game, you might really like this. It's got some really cool animation to it. It has a few slow spots here and there, but the action that it does have is pretty epic. It was well worth the $20. Next up, Devilman, the original OVA. And it's the complete OVA. Of course, they never made part 3, so part 3 is done as a radio drama. But the ones that I had on VHS back in the day, back from when Manga Entertainment was making them, all been restored and put on here. So, nice stuff. Here's one you don't hear talked about much. Violence Jack. This one hasn't been released on Blu-ray, so I had to settle for the DVD. But this is the complete OVA collection. It has a Fist of the North Star kind of vibe if Kenshiro was a homicidal maniac. It is also, I don't know, I haven't watched this in 30 years, but the Violence Jack manga is actually linked to the Devilman manga story-wise, and I don't know if the anime is the same way or not, so we'll find out eventually. And lastly, I got 8th, a Blu-ray box set, or not Blu-ray, but a DVD bootleg box set of the original Berserk series. And these are a little bit higher quality bootlegs than the ones that I got for the Kinnikuman. As you can see, they're of a higher build quality. They've got better labeling and everything on them. And when you take a look at them, they don't look like DVD-Rs. They're actual pressed discs. So he finally has this. And the quality on them is the same as the original DVD Box of War box set that I had back in the early 2000s, which is to say it looks like someone took a really high quality VCR copy of it, transferred it to DVD, and cleaned it up a little. So, yeah. I'm playing Cyberpunk. Project Red fixed it, plays better, new gear, and I'm getting shot a lot. Hi, Short Round. Need to collect Ghost in the Shell and Gundam. I never really got into either one of those very much. If you've checked out Mortal Shell and Hellpoint, what do you think of them? Oh, that's Lord 8th. I don't think he liked Mortal Shell. And Hellpoint, as I recall, was kind of a joke. You'd have to wait for him to answer you on that. Hi, J-Chip. Going all right. Are you going to check out the remake of Bastard on Netflix? Absolutely. It sucks that they didn't get to make any more of Bastard than they did the first time around. I actually had that on VHS, the original OVA of Bastard. I had it on VHS. I bought it at Suncoast Video, but of course, they didn't finish it. And the story I've heard is that the reason they didn't finish it is because the director of the anime got arrested and put into prison for something. I don't know what. And that stalled the production and they never finished it. So yeah, I'm excited to see the Netflix revival of it. Although, well, I'm not that worried about them watering it down because, there was some pretty bloody and hentai-ish stuff in their Castlevania adaptation. So we'll see how it goes. No, I've never played WWE SmackDown. Here Comes the Pain. Have you played Forbidden West yet? No, I have not. I have not. Be honest with you, I haven't really done that much in the way of video game playing over the last 2 weeks because I've been feeling a little under the weather. I've been having some stomach problems, and when I have those kind of stomach problems, uh, I tend to just lay back in my recliner so that I'm not hunched over in a sitting position, which lessens the pain on my abdomen. So, I've just mainly been watching anime for the last 2 weeks. I've done a little bit of gaming, but not a whole lot. From Tokes, the PS5 camera has no audio from the camera. Do you know how I can fix that for live video commentary? I don't think that the PS5 camera has a built-in microphone on it. I think you're expected to either use the microphone that's built into the DualShock controller or a headset or an external mic. I'm not sure because I don't really do them that way. I record my footage and then I transfer my footage into my computer here, and I use video editing software and record the commentary sitting right here, unless it's something that I'm playing live, like when I do my digital dump videos. In which case, I just capture my mic audio along with the footage when I'm capturing it on PS5. So I don't really do it the way that you're trying to do it, but it's my understanding you use the controller mic for that, Tokes. The PS5 has a pretty high, considering it's a controller, has a pretty high quality microphone built into it. What's the game that's going to take the steam from Horizon 3? My vote is going to be Elder Scrolls 6. Well, we'll see how long it takes them to make Horizon 3 for one thing. We shall see. Haven't we haven't quite made the distinction on when that's even going to be announced, much less released. So, but anyway, like I said, I haven't actually gotten to play Elden Ring yet. 8th has already platted it. He said that he told me today, if you play it the way the developers intended for it to be played, then it's the hardest of the series. But if at the very start of the game you just run and collect things that are right there available for you to grab before taking the path that they intended for you to take, then it's the easiest of the series. So it just kind of depends on how you play it, which also would probably make it the most accessible of the From Software games. It's just a matter of knowing what to go get and when to control how hard or how not it is. 8th is he tends to be the just go for broke type of player. He doesn't really use a whole lot of gimmicks or whatnot when it comes to combat. He just goes in there with his weapon and learns their patterns and avoids their attacks and whittles them down till they're dead. So, he's kind of mastered the whole thing when it comes to that series. And in that, it's just the modern day equivalent of what players had to do back in the 80s on the NES. You weren't getting past a boss until you memorized his attack patterns and learned how to evade them, and when's the best break in their pattern for you to do an attack. Most NES games, if you just ran up on a boss and started wailing on them, you'd be dead pretty quick. This is just, a little bit more challenging modern take on that. Because Nintendo games were all 2-bit. You only had to worry about attacks coming from above you, left, and right. Now you have to worry about them coming from all over. So, it's an increased challenge, but it's the same basic principle. Memorize their attack patterns and know when to stand where and when to attack and when not to attack. That's the gist of what Elden Ring and Souls-like games are. It's a lot of memorization, and you have to have good hand-eye coordination. Knowing just the right moment in an enemy's attack to where, dodging out of the way will be effective, or parrying will be effective in the case of Elden Ring as well. Let's see. I did use the controller mic, voice severely low. Want to play the game live while doing commentary. I'm stuck. You have to go into the audio settings, Tokes, and you can adjust the microphone volume and I'm not sure if it's in just the basic audio settings or if it's in video capture settings that you go in and adjust it. But there's a place where you can adjust how loud the volume on the mic is. What new anime have you been watching lately? Well, aside from all this stuff that I bought and rewatching old anime, I started watching how's it pronounced? Bungo Stray Dogs. I really like it so far. I'm enjoying it. Your thoughts on Funimation's anime library moving over to Crunchyroll? Well, as far as I'm concerned, that's one less subscription fee that I have to pay for, because right now I have both. It was my understanding that Disney had bought them both, so I figured that eventually Disney would be combining the two services into one service. But I don't have a problem with it. Getting it all on one service would be great for me. That's like what, $7 or $10 I'm not having to pay? Yeah, I haven't had a chance to see Batman yet. Me and 8th are going to take a little risk and go out to see it tomorrow. Hi, Ballsack. How's it going, sir? Got a much smaller audience this time around. Is there something going on this weekend? Aside from the Batman coming out? Usually I'd be up in like the 30 range, and instead I'm a little sub 20. Did both controller audio levels no go. I bought the blue USB mic. Same issue. I'm using Share Factory. Only thing, bad video quality. I don't know, Tokes. I don't have the answers for you on that one because you're doing it a way different than I do. If I do want to capture live gameplay footage of me with me talking at the time that I do it, I plug a headset into the controller and do it that way. That's the way I do it, is with a headset. Watch your step this time. What are you talking about? Oh, when I fell down when I fell down the steps of the theater. Sorry. I didn't get the reference for a minute there. I'm old. I'm 47. So I was notified this week that I'm getting a $3,000 a year raise this year, which is roughly twice what I normally get. I usually only get like a 3% raise, so I'm used to getting like $1,500, $1,600, something like that. But this time I got a $3,000 a year raise, which will kick in this month on my next check, and I'll be getting a bonus again this year, and just like last year, the whole bonus is going towards well, not the whole bonus, but most of the bonus is going towards paying off more debt so that I have more fun money during the month. Last year, I took a chunk of my bonus money and I bought 8th a dog and upgraded our PCs. This year, I haven't decided for sure if I'm going to spend any of it on myself or not. The bonus before taxes is almost $9,000. After taxes, it'll probably be around 6,200. I haven't decided whether I'm going to spend any of it on myself. I might take some of it and upgrade 8th's VR platform because he's still rocking the original Oculus Rift, and it might be time to upgrade him to something nicer. We'll see. I usually get something for 8th with either my tax return or my bonus money. And my company is also in the midst of training me for a potential new position, and I don't know how much of a raise that would garner. I would imagine that it'll be significant, like, more than the raise that I'm getting this month, but who knows. But they're training me for that. I have to pass a certification exam for it, and it's I'm not going to go into specifics, but it's an administrative position, not administrative of people, administrative of systems. And if I get that one, I'm going to be doing a lot of configuration, writing a lot of technical documents, technical articles, knowledge base, that kind of thing. So we'll see. We'll see. All depends on whether I pass the exam or not. The only problem is these exams are taken by remote. It's not like some other exams where you have to actually go to a testing center. These are done by remote, and they require you to have a specific webcam because they want to be able to watch you while you're taking it to prove that you're not cheating. And part of that is watching you with your eyes. This camera won't cut it, so I have to get a better camera than this camera that I'm using for streaming. And so what'll happen there is I'll use that camera when I buy it to take the exam, and then when I'm done taking the exam, I'll swap these cameras out, and then I'll have a higher quality camera for the 7thCast. I'm always looking for multiple uses for a purchase. But the other problem is they want to be able to see your eyes. Well, I'm going to have a sit down with them and explain to them that these are prescription glasses and I have to wear them all the time, and make sure that that's okay. Yeah, I'm sure it's not something that comes up often with them. And I don't know if they're going to require proof from my eye doctor that I have a prescription to wear these or what. So I got to figure all that out because they want me to pass the test before the middle of summer when we hit our mid-year. So I've only got a few months to figure all that out, study for it, take the test, etc., etc. And then who knows what my pay could be. Who knows? I don't know. It's not going to be like a bump up to 6 figures. It's not going to be anything like that. But it could be fairly significant. We'll see. The last time I got a promotion with this company, I've been promoted twice in the 10 years that I've been working here. The first time I got a $6,000 raise, and then the second time I only got a $2,700 raise. So we'll just have to see. I mean, this would be moving into a totally different department from where I'm currently at. So it could be a significantly higher pay increase for me. I mean, technically speaking, the annual raise that I was just told about this week is higher than what I got for my last promotion by about $300. So it's kind of hard to predict with this company. It's kind of hard to predict. Plus, there's other things that I get throughout the year from time to time. If if I get something done extra fast, or I go out of my way to help another department with something that wasn't my responsibility, one of the people in that department might submit me to be nominated for an award, and depending on the type of award it is, I can get a gift of either $50 or $100, and that happens for me like probably 5 or 6 times a year. So, I got little things like that come in from time to time too. But that's why I don't as a podcaster, as a streaming host, I don't pressure you guys all that much about the donation thing, because, I don't do this for a living. True, right now I don't have the money to go out and buy every new game that comes out so that I can review every new game that comes out when it's still new and everyone's talking about it. But I'll be there eventually. It's just going to take me a while. The thing is, by the time I get there, I might be too old for anybody to care about watching. It's kind of already that way now. My new channel has been up for going on 2 months, and it only has 250 subscribers. I'm still 750 subscribers away from being monetizable. I get maybe 1 or 2 new subs a week, if that. It's not like my original channel where I was like up to 1,000 subs in a week. It's not like that. Not bad, Tokes. Not bad. Could have been worse. Seventh, do you feel showers are a godsend during the summer? I've heard they can really release stress and relax your body. Well, just for a matter of personal cleanliness, you probably should be, as a male, you should be taking a shower at least every other day. I've never been much of a bath fan, because when you take a bath, you're basically sitting in a pool of your own filth. I prefer showers. The only time I've enjoyed baths were when I was a little kid and I had toys to play with in the bathtub, or as an adult and I had a lady in the tub with me. Then I might have a little fun with it, but otherwise I prefer showers. So I can't talk about the Batman because I haven't seen it yet. There hasn't really been that much else new that's happened since I saw you guys 2 weeks ago. So it's pretty much just whatever y'all want to ask me about, because there ain't that much else that I have going on in the last 2 weeks. Like I said, I've been kind of sick, so I haven't really been doing a whole lot of game playing. I've just been watching movies and watching anime and, sleeping. Because when I'm sick, I tend to just sleep a lot. Because I figure the more I sleep, the faster I'll get to feeling better. So, when I'm not feeling good, whether it be migraines or stomach ailments or whatever, I tend to just drop some ibuprofen and wrap myself up in the covers and watch TV till I fall asleep, and hope that I'm over it, whatever it is, by the next morning. And I keep doing that until it's true. It's just how I roll, man. That is just how I roll. As far as the console war community, it all seems to be the same thing. The latest thing that I've noticed are guys trying to use Babylon's Fall as anti-Sony fanboy stuff. Oh, J Chip donated $5. Thank you, J Chip. Let's give you a dollar bill for that. Where's my dollar bill? Where's my dollar bill at? There it is. Dollar bill for Jay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That puts us up to $45 away from the 10 o'clock extension. Thank you, sir. Every little bit helps. You guys know everything that I get from this show, I just put right back into the channel, whether it be buying a game y'all want to see me review or whatever. But anyway, I've seen Xbox fanboys trying to use Babylon's Fall as mockery to PlayStation fans because it's a console exclusive. Yeah, currently it's only on PS4, PS5, and PC. So they think that that's a valid fanboy attack. I made it kind of well known when they showed the first reveal trailer for that game that I thought it looked like horse shit and I had no interest in playing it. And here it comes out, and guess what? It's a microtransaction-laden game-as-a-service piece of crap. I warned y'all that this kind of thing was going to happen. I warned y'all that the floodgates have been opened and that you were going to start seeing a lot of this games-as-a-service stuff, and some, a couple of them were going to do well, and most of them were going to do like crap. And this one is just another example of that. What's the future DBTS you're working on? I don't really know yet. That's the thing, Clean Frame, is that unless it's a game on Game Pass where I can play it on Game Pass, I'm not in a hurry to spend my money, as limited as it is, on games that I already know I'm probably not going to like. That's what this was supposed to be for, was so that I would have the money to purchase crappy games to review them for you guys. I'm not going to sit and complain about this not happening. It just means that, I'm not going to have a whole lot of DBTSs going on because I don't have the money to be buying crappy games just to film a review. The only way right now that I can really do it is if the game shows up on Game Pass. So, for an example, I won't be doing a review of Babylon's Fall anytime soon because it's a console exclusive for PlayStation, so I can't play it on Game Pass. Seventh, did you check out Picard Season 2 yet? Nope. I canceled my Paramount subscription a long time ago, so I don't have the ability to watch it right now. And from what I've seen of the Halo show coming out, I don't really care to renew just to watch that and Star Trek when I know the Star Trek's going to be pretty terrible. How do you deal with disingenuous people? Easy. I don't. I'm usually a pretty good judge of character when it comes to telling if a person is full of shit or not. So, I just don't, I don't interact with people like that. Once I get a read on them, and, I'll be talking to them and I'll be, wait, I detect bullshit. That's when I turn and walk away. Do you think GameFly would work to get new games? No, because you have to wait several months until the games aren't being rented to purchase them from GameFly. Otherwise, you're spending pretty much the same price that you would spend to buy it new. And by the time you can get it for like $20 on GameFly, no one cares about it anymore, so you upload the review, 100 views. I mean, last week, I finally got around to publishing my review of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. There's 250 of you subscribed to my channel right now. 100 views. The game is old. No one cares what I think about it this far out from release. That's just the way it is. You guys don't care unless the game is what everyone's talking about right now. By the time I get a review, if I even try to review Elden Ring, by the time I get it out, none of you will care by that point, and it won't get any views. It has to be within the first 1 to 2 weeks of when the game comes out, or nobody's going to watch it. It's been that way for a long time. So when I'm in a position where I can't always buy the new games the week they come out, it makes it hard for either of my channels to get much bigger. It's just the way it is. And I can't count on review copies like the bigger guys out there because I'm not big enough to get review copies. The only games I get review copies for are little indie games. And when I post reviews of indie games, y'all don't watch those either. My little digital dump videos, those are the least watched of anything that I upload. Y'all just don't seem to care about indie games at all. I don't really see it that way, Brother Natural. Especially not with the two games that you referenced there. For every generation, pretty much, with the exception of the jump from 8 to 16-bit. Well, let's just put it this way. From about PS1 and up, the games released in the first year of a console's life typically don't tend to look that much better than the most recent release on the previous gen system, and that's often because those games started out as being developed for the previous gen and end up being ported up and the graphics redone for the new hardware. And so Miles Morales looks great, but it could run on PS4 at a lower frame rate and a lower resolution. Horizon Forbidden West looks great, but it can run on PS4 at a lower frame rate and lower resolution. God of War Ragnarok is just you've seen the videos of it. It looks like God of War 2018, but running at a sturdier frame rate and resolution. The first 1 to 1.5 years of a console's life tends to just, from PS1 upward, just tends to look like a slightly prettier game from the previous generation. And so in that first year to year and a half, no, cross support doesn't really have that much of an effect. Now, because the games would already anyway be looking like slightly better looking versions of previous gen games. I mean, look at Killzone Shadowfall. It was kind of Crysis wannabe. They changed the design of Killzone, but it wasn't that much graphically better than Killzone 3. It was better, but it wasn't that much better. It didn't look like a generational leap. And that's because a lot of these games, when they start developing them, they're developing them for the current console, and then the new console comes out, and so then they tweak them up and they make them look a little better, and out they come. But they don't look like a next generational leap. And it's the same thing with Xbox. Forza Horizon 5, it looks like Forza Horizon 4 in Mexico with a better frame rate. Don't even get me started about Halo. It's the same thing on Xbox. It's probably going to be 2023 before we really start seeing things where you just couldn't imagine it being on the previous hardware. Ratchet and Clank graphically could have been done on PS4 at a lower frame rate, but it wouldn't have been able to handle the interdimensional rift stuff because the load times would have been too long. But graphically, it's not that much better than the the Ratchet and Clank remake that came out on PS4 in 2016. It just is what it is. Have you? Yeah, it's just the way it is, Tokes. For whatever reason, the majority of you guys that watch me don't really care about indie games. You know, uh, I could post a new indie game video every day, and unless it's something that was really embraced by the community, like for example Cuphead, y'all ain't gonna watch it. It's just, and I'm not saying that to disparage any of you. If you're not interested, you're not interested. That's just the way it is. But it sometimes does feel like it's a waste of time since I've got 250 subscribers and I'm posting these videos and like 60 people are watching them. So not even half. But at the same time, I need to be posting regular content to keep subscribers coming in. So I'm kind of darned if I do and darned if I don't, because, I don't have enough hours in the day to be able to post a new AAA review every day, 5 days a week, and I certainly don't have the money to do that. That's why I say, it's important that if you're watching a content provider that you really, really like, you don't have to give them financial support, but at least support what they do. Click the video, and even if you don't care about it, let it run in the background while you do something else. Give them a like for that video, type a comment in the comment section, and go on with your day. I do it all the time for the channels that I really care about. Rift Apart would have looked the same as it does now, but without the dimensional rift stuff and running at 30 frames per second in probably sub 1080p. At least on the PS4 Pro. And you can say, but Seventh, look at all the little hairs. He had hair on the 2016 version too. And it's not like you're zooming in to look at that while you're playing the game, now is it? No. Hi, Juggernauts. Insomniac has multiple studios. One would naturally be working on an next-gen game, hence why Ratchet & Clank looks the way it does. Hi, Power of Metal. Was the life of Black Tiger really as bad as you made it look? Absolutely, it's horrible. I challenge you to find a positive review of that game. I highly doubt you will. It's absolutely as bad. What I showed you is what the game is. It plays exactly as you saw in the video. It's terrible. It feels like a 5-year-old mobile game that was ported to PS4. It's bad. And I mean 5 years old at the time it came out. Not 5 years old now. Or 5 years old from now. I mean, when it released on PS4, it looked like it was a 5-year-old mobile game then. Now, I already said this in a previous 7thCast, but if you do like indie games, one that I couldn't recommend highly enough is Infernax. Especially if you're a fan of like Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest on the NES. It has that vibe, and it's a lot of fun. And, it has a lot of options if you're not good at that style of game. There's codes that you can type in that will give you a machine gun that kills everything on screen, or you can simply play it pure naturally with the weapons that you find in the game. It's kind of up to you. Missed my question at 7:36. Did I hear about the Sony equivalent to Game Pass coming soon? I've already talked about that numerous times over the past 6 months, bro. So it's not so much that I missed your question, it's that you've already missed my answer multiple times over the past 6 months. You see what I did there? Seventh was, Seventh was talking to a friend who grew up as a kid in the 80s, and he said your gen was like the Adventures in the Goonies minus the criminal antagonist. Would you agree this was accurate? Actually, depending on the town that you lived in, the criminal antagonists were there too. It all depended on where you grew up. But yeah, it was pretty much like that when I was a kid. We'd come home from school, all of us would hop onto our BMXs, and we'd be gone most of the day. Our parents have no idea where we were or what we were doing. That was the 80s, man. At least growing up where I grew up. I don't know if it would have been the same in like New York City, but where I grew up, you know, out in the redneck burbs outside of Chattanooga, Tennessee, yeah, we'd get home from school, drop our backpacks off in the foyer, hop on our BMXs, and off we'd go. And wouldn't come back until dark. Parents have no clue. We have no cell phones, no pagers, no smartphones, no iPads, no nothing. At most, we might have a set of walkie-talkies that had a 50-foot range. That was about it. No helmets, no safety pads. Usually had a BB pistol or a Rambo-style survival knife on us in case we came across a snake or something. And you never knew who you might run into. You know, one time we were running around in the woods and we came across this house on the other side of the woods, had a dirt road headed to it. It wasn't on a major thoroughfare. And it was just kind of surrounded by the woods we were walking around in. We went up and was looking through the windows, and there was like hundreds of old TVs and VCRs inside this house, just stacked. And we were looking in the windows, or like wondering who this house belonged to. And some dude in overalls with a shotgun came walking around the corner. And, the typical, what are you kids doing on my property? And we bolted back into the woods. So, you never know. You never know what you were going to run into, but that's the way it was. Did I finish Life of Black Tiger? No, I did not finish it. I played about half of it. I watched the Cuphead show, and I thought it was beyond hilarious. Me and 8th watched a single episode of it, felt that it was too much just SpongeBob with the Cuphead characters replacing the SpongeBob characters, and just didn't watch any more of it. So, to each their own, man. If you liked it, that's all that matters. Magic powers. Take a sip of my tea here. But yeah, I showed this earlier. My new shirt. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. It says here on the bottom, lick my plate. Love it. Love it. Had to have it. Had to have it when I saw it. Texas Chainsaw 2 is my favorite of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre series. I often like a little humor in my horror. And as a fan of the Evil Dead series, Texas Chainsaw 2 was right up my alley. So it remains one of my faves. Sounds like an exciting life. 7th adventure is all about that kind of adventure, right? Well, sometimes it was really exciting. Sometimes it was just standing in my friend Tom's driveway shooting basketball with the basketball hoop he had mounted over his garage door, playing horse and whatnot. So sometimes it wasn't all that adventurous at all. It just depended on what we had going on that day. Sometimes it was that. Sometimes it was riding our bikes all the way down to Harrison Bay State Park and going to the swimming pool for the day and basically using the high board to do high dives off the high board, hoping to make waves big enough to knock the bikini tops off of the girls that were there that day. So, which did happen more than once. So one of the reasons they ended up removing the high board. The other reason was because some idiot climbed up there and then instead of jumping into the pool, tried to jump off of it back onto the ground to attack somebody that was sitting at the side of the pool, and he missed and just landed on his feet and broke both of his legs. And so they removed the high dive board years and years ago. That pool's still there, by the way. Hi, Billy. Sounds like a personal problem. Perhaps you should be bathing more, sir. Maybe get you one of them big bath time scrubbers with the long handle. Get into the crevices you can't quite reach. Might help out a little bit. Might help out. Because, you used to be a very long-haired individual. So I don't know if, I know you got your hair cut, but I don't know if maybe that's the same situation on the other end of you as it is on the top. Get you one of them scrubbing brushes. I'll take care of that itching problem. How's everything going with the digital release of the movie, sir? Going to be anytime soon? What's your thoughts on Chrono Cross HD Remastered? I'd rather have a remake of Chrono Trigger than a remaster of Chrono Cross. Not saying that Chrono Cross is bad, but Chrono Trigger is better. Thoughts on Derek Prince? I don't think I know who that is. Why is it called the Sticks in some regions? Just local colloquialisms, man. What can you say? 7th, have you seen a series called Lemony Sockets? I've heard of Lemony Snicket. I haven't heard of Lemony Sockets, but I've heard of Lemony Snicket. I Love Balls donated $5. That's probably Billy, too. I Love Balls, huge ones. They're my favorite. Okay. I don't have the text-to-speech, Billy, so it doesn't read it out loud when I earn those. Just letting you know. I learned my lesson on that from watching other people's streams, so I never bothered to install that. I wonder if they'll really do a Chrono Trigger remake. I'd like it. I'd like it. Rumor has it that Sucker Punch is currently developing Infamous 3. We shall see. Oh, and that reminds me. Got another $5, so for whoever donated that. Thank you, sir. Dollar bill. All right. In a few weeks. Good. Finally actually get to watch it. I'm still upset about missing the premiere. That irritates me. It irritates me all the way down in my nuggets. 7th, what kind of funny chaos would ensue if the internet went out globally? Hard to say for sure on that one, sir. There's a lot of things that are tied into the internet nowadays. So it could just be a minor inconvenience. Could cause a whole world of shit. Yeah, he meant Snicket. Lemony Snicket and a series of unfortunate events. Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events. I actually read some of those books back in the day. Because I would read them to 8th and whatnot. Never really cared for the Jim Carrey movie, and no, I didn't like the Netflix show either. Holla for the dollar. Yes, yes indeed. So that puts us up to $10. That puts us $40 away from the 10 o'clock extension. So thank you, gentlemen who donated. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Honestly, Billy, I'm looking forward to the special features just as much as I'm looking forward to the movie, because as you know, I wasn't there for principal photography. I was only there to at the con to shoot that one scene, and then of course the other scene was filmed here at my house, so I didn't get to take part in principal. So I'm looking forward to the making of documentary or whatnot. I love watching the special features on DVDs and Blu-rays. Have ever since DVD started. The first thing I do when I picked up a potential DVD I was going to buy is flip it over and see whether it had a lot of special features or just the trailer or some crap. And a lot of times, even if it was a movie I wanted, I wouldn't buy it if all it had was the trailer, because I figured I'll wait until a special edition comes out that has the features I want, like a Criterion Collection release or something. Can't wait for the Batman to come to HBO Max. I've heard different things about that. I've heard some people say that it comes out in a month on HBO Max. I don't know if that's true. I've just seen people say it. Okay, let's see here. Ever played any wrestling games? Well, yeah, of course I have. Pro wrestling on NES. Tecmo Pro Wrestling on NES. Most of the WrestleMania games on NES. WCW Wrestling on the NES. Muscle on the NES. Tag Team Wrestling on the NES. The WrestleManias on Super Nintendo. Several of the wrestling games from the PS1 and N64 era. WWE All-Stars on the PS3 was one of the ones that I really liked from the last several years. So yeah, I've played a lot of wrestling games. Saturday Night Slam Masters on the Genesis, which is really more of a fighting game that's just disguised as a pro wrestling game, but I still count it. Do you like the movie Ed Wood and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? Yes, I've seen them both, and yes, I like them both. I own Ed Wood. I don't currently own One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. 7th, do you think phone calling people has become outdated in comparison to texting? I avoid calling people voice as much as possible. I mostly text nowadays. It's very rare for me to actually call somebody. You could ask Billy's best friend Jay. I have Jay's phone number. I never call him. I never call him. If I have anything to say or let him know about, I text it to him. I don't call. Which is the better Chrono Trigger version, SNES, DS, or Steam? I haven't played it on Steam. I haven't played it on DS either, so I can only speak for the SNES version. Thoughts on the DS? Never was a big fan of the DS. I preferred the PSP, to be honest with you. It had better graphics. My PSP library is not as big as it was back then, but it is still sizable. I think it's in like the 75, 80 title range. And I've got some bangers in there, man. I've got some good stuff in there. Battery went dead. Don't you just love that? Don't you just love it? But yeah, guys, pretty soon, the Game Chaser movie is going to be available digitally And then this summer available on Blu-ray. So if you guys want to see my little cameos that I did in my big screen debut, then toss Billy there some dough so you can watch me do that for all like 1 or 2 minutes that I'm in it. Trust me, you probably wouldn't have wanted to see my ass for more than that, because it was just Sarge. I was just doing Sarge for a couple of minutes. And one of the scenes, I don't even have speaking lines. It's just more of a reaction type of thing. But, it was fun. I did, with the limitations that I had on me at the time, I did everything that I was able to do. I would have liked to have contributed more to it, but it just wasn't in the cards. If they make another film, whether it's a sequel to Game Chasers or something totally different, I'm going to endeavor to be more available for that one. What's your dream car? I already own it. Dodge Challenger. It's out in the driveway. To my surprise, the Call of Duty games on DS are surprisingly decent. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks for warning me. Or reminding me. Two-hour warning, folks. 2-hour warning, $40 short of the 10 o'clock extension. Moving on. Did you lose any PSP games from the infamous yard sale debacle? No, that was in 2004. I didn't actually have a PSP yet at that point. There's a new indie title called Wonder Labyrinth that's worth checking out. What systems is it available on, Brother Natural? DS graphics make me nauseous sometimes. I don't know about DS graphics. 3DS graphics have made me kind of not nauseous, but make my eyes hurt. 7th, is it bad if a guy only eats foods that boost testosterone? I'd imagine he'd get magic powers like you, but long term it ain't necessarily bad, right? I wouldn't know, Ultra Steel. I am not a medical practitioner. Do you remember Uncle Cracker? Uncle Cracker. Wasn't that a musician? Wasn't that a musician? I vaguely remember that name. Fart. Boom. Never gets old. Yes. It's available on all current systems. I'll go check it out, Brother Natural, since you recommended it. I'll go check it out, watch a trailer for it after I get off the 7thCast, and if it looks like something I'd be willing to play, either because it looks great or because it looks terrible, I'll see what I can do about getting a review copy for it and doing a digital dump video for it that none of you will watch. Yeah, my eyes have been through it too. My eyes were ruined from working third shift, though. It wasn't video games that ruined my eyes. It was working third shift. Sitting in a room with all the lights turned off, staring at a screen for 12 hours a night. That's what did it to me. And 2.5 years of that straight ruined me. Wonder Labyrinth. Okay. All right. Let me, so it'll be in my history. Let me just pull up a separate YouTube window, and I'm going to search for Wonder Labyrinth trailer. Let me see. Wonder Labyrinth. Record of Lotus War Wonder Labyrinth. I'm watching it now. Let me see. Was a Metroidvania? Like a Castlevania Symphony of the Night? Yeah, that's what it looks like. Looks like Symphony of the Night. It also looks expensive. This looks like a game that'd be like $30. So I'm definitely going to have to see if I can maybe get a review code for it. I don't have $30 to spend on it right now. It does look good, though. It looks like my kind of stuff. Definitely looks like my kind of game. So good recommendation. I probably just don't have the money to spend on it at the moment. And plus, it kind of looks like something that I would want a physical release of as opposed to buying it digital. But we'll see. We'll see. I wouldn't want it on Switch, though. I'd want it on PlayStation so I could earn trophies. So let me come back to my other screen here. $25, actually. Well, I was close. Either way, I don't have $25 to spend on it either. Did you watch any of Solid Rev's Elden Ring streams? He streamed the first night for 8.5 hours. I didn't watch it live. I watched some of the clips of it. And yeah, he feels that he should be able to go into any boss fight in those games and just dodge roll and attack and be able to win every fight. And he gets frustrated when it's not that way. And so everyone and their mother told him, go level up some more, level up your sword, then come back to that fight. And he just kept playing it and kept playing it and kept playing it till he finally beat that one boss. But in the amount of time that it took him to beat that one boss, 8th got a third of the way through the game. The whole game. So yeah. And 8th didn't play with a sorcerer build. 8th didn't play that game by rushing to get that magic attack that you see everybody using that damn near insta-kills the bosses, which I'm sure will get nerfed, by the way. He didn't do it that way. He played it Dark Souls style, with a sword. And he platted the game in 75 hours. 6 days. Took him 6 days. Do you recommend POF or Tinder for a cheap hookup? I'm in a new town, single and ready to mingle. I'm 47 years old. What would I know about either one of those? I never used those. I went to bars and occasionally church picnics. Yes, if just upgrades, he'll realize how easy Souls games are underneath it all. He's just not willing to manipulate the systems in the game. He wants to just, not bother with learning how to craft, not bother with learning what all the equipment does and all these different things. He just wants to brute force his way through the game, and that's why it takes him so long to get through anything. What was your take on the whole Gamergate situation? Good Lord. Everybody still wants to talk about Gamergate 8 years later. It started out with accusations of an indie game developer getting really cozy with gaming journalists to get better coverage for their games. Not necessarily, better reviews, but more coverage for their stuff. And once people started digging into that, they started realizing that a lot of these indie developers were close friends on social media and in person with video game reviewers. And that led to people investigating some of these video game reviewers. And the more they were investigated, the more corrupt crap started coming out. And then it came out that they had their own little private club that they'd all get together with and discuss games that they were all reviewing, as far as like what level of reviews they were going to give them and what have you. And that's what Gamergate started out as ripping into these game journalists that were not being impartial And then it evolved into game journalists trying to manipulate what was released in games media to be more in line with their own personal political agenda and beliefs. And because of that, there were people on the conservative side of things, such as Milo Yiannopoulos, who saw this loosely organized group of protesters who were having an actual effect on what they were sounding off on, and thought, this would be a powerful force to have in the world of politics, and so aligned himself with that group by taking their side on several debates and public events and various other things. And so there was a branch of Gamergate that broke off and just became Trump supporters because of Yiannopoulos. And by the time that happened, all of it was pretty much over with anyway. So that's Gamergate. That's Gamergate. So we had another $10 donation. I did not see who it was from, though. Let me see if I can pull that up in my history. Brother Natural, $10. Thank you, sir. We're now $20 away from the 10 o'clock extension. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Dollar bill time. Thank you muchly. Keep the questions coming, folks. Keep the questions coming. Your content causes me to generate content, so ask questions. Let's see here. 7th, I've noticed you've been playing games based around furries. Ratchet and Clank and that other game you played on BTS. Are you starting to tap into your animal senses now? No. No. I don't, unless you count when I showed up at Retropalooza as Sarge for my scene in the Game Chasers movie, I don't even cosplay in public. So no. Actually, Ultra Steel, the woke stuff that you're talking about, that actually started 2 years before Gamergate in 2012 is when it really got started. It went into high gear during Gamergate, but it actually started 2 years prior to that. And now it's just everywhere. Last time it happened, in the 90s, back when it wasn't called social justice or any of that, it was called the politically correct movement, or the PC movement. It didn't go away until Clinton got caught getting his knob polished in the Oval Office. And the embarrassment of that directly led to a kind of backlash against the political correctness movement. And so it died down and went away for the most part, and then it came back again in 2012. So it's kind of cyclical. It'll take some other disastrous thing to happen before it goes away again. Do you know what food I'm talking about when I say charcuterie board? I have no idea what that is, but it sounds, in either case, whether that's an actual food or not, like something that I don't want to put in my mouth. Thank you. Some of the questions I get, I tell you. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. Yeah, sure. For someone that the left has embraced as being one of theirs, that being George Carlin, and, George Carlin was an atheist like a lot of the left, and George Carlin was strongly anti-Republican like much of the left, but he was also anti-censorship, and didn't really care about political correctness at all. You know, he wasn't afraid to say pretty much anything when he got up on a stage. So I I feel like if Carlin had lived to see today, he probably would have been canceled years ago for some of the stuff that he said. Thoughts on Sly Cooper maybe returning? I haven't seen any solid evidence of it. I'm not saying it isn't going to happen, but I haven't seen any solid evidence of that. And if it does happen, it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be Sucker Punch making it. It'll get handed off to somebody else. Won't be Sumo Digital. I think they got bought by somebody. What was the movie you recommended to us on HBO Max that was about martial arts? I think it was Bruce Lee related. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you provide more details of what I said, Ultra Steel? To give me a better idea of what you're referring to? I watch a lot of movies. A lot. And right off the top of my head, I can't think of any martial arts movies that I've recommended recently. Are you going to make it to the next Retropalooza? I would like to. Don't know that I will. Because as it turns out, my additional, for one thing, you know, I'm still kind of cautious about going out in public all that much. And, you know, one of the reasons that me and Eighth were treated as VIPs when we went to the Retropalooza was because he and I would assist in unloading the truck and loading it up when it was over and helping Jay out in any way that we could help him out while we were there. But since my last Retropalooza in 2019, you know, I've messed up my knee where I can't walk good anymore. For me to be I hate to say this, but for me to be walking around all day at a con, I'd probably have to go get me a cane and walk with a cane. So I'm not in a condition to be loading and unloading the truck anymore. So I question how much help I would be. And secondly, I found out that even though, you know, I am getting my raise and my bonus this month, my extra week of paid vacation that I'm supposed to get every year for having hit my 10-year anniversary doesn't actually go into effect until next year. So I don't know that I'd have the days off to go. I'd love to be there, but, you know. You recommended something about that 7th. I think it was called Warriors. Maybe it was a series. It's a series, Ultra Steel. It's called The Warrior. And it's based on Bruce Lee's original concept for what eventually became the TV show Kung Fu. It's called The Warriors, or The Warrior. Takes place in like early 19th century Chinatown in San Francisco. I knew I hadn't recommended no martial arts movie. I knew it all along. So we're $30 away. $30 away from the 10 o'clock extension. I tell you what, if we get to $60 tonight, I'll take that $60 and I will buy a copy of Babylon's Fall, and I'll play it and I will review it, and based on what I have seen of it, that will probably be the next DBTS if we get to $60 tonight. When was the last time you were in a Blockbuster store? Hello from Denmark. Well, hello from Denmark, Mr. Michael Leonard Jensen. That doesn't, I'm not saying that I disbelieve you, but that doesn't sound like the name of someone who'd be living in Denmark. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't know. Are you like a British person that's living in Denmark, or are you native to Denmark? Anyway, to answer your question, last time I was in a Blockbuster, let's see. That would have been, somewhere around 2009 or 2010, maybe. It was in North Carolina. I went to the Blockbuster that was in Gastonia. And we were at that time, we were using the Blockbuster Netflix service ripoff, where you would have the movies mailed to your house, and then when you were done watching them, you could either mail them back or you could drop them off at that Blockbuster. And the thing of it is that when we'd drive them up there to return them to the Blockbuster, we couldn't resist walking in and seeing if they had something sitting right on the shelf that we wanted to see right then. So that was the last time I stepped foot in a Blockbuster. Eighth would have been around 4 years old at that time. So somewhere between 2008 to 2010. So between 12 and 14 years ago. No, I don't see the Batman movie until tomorrow. We're actually going to risk it. I found a showing that didn't have that many people who had bought tickets for it. So we're going to go see it tomorrow morning at the early bird showing. And I'm going to be wearing a mask, because it would just be my luck that I would end up being in a room with somebody coofing on the back of my neck the whole show. So I'm going to be wearing a mask. What did you give the Mass Effect trilogy out of 7? 6 out of 7. Would have been a 7 out of 7, but the ending to the third one sucked. Yes, even after they modded it too. No matter what you did, you got an ending that wasn't in any way satisfying. So it made you feel like you had wasted, 100 plus hours of your life. And don't even get me started on Mass Effect Andromeda. What a piece of crap that was. Game was terrible. Awful. Were you ever friends with biker gangs back in the day? I had a couple of friends that were ex-biker members, but I was never friends with like people that were currently in biker gangs. In fact, my next door neighbor growing up was a ex-biker gang member. I don't remember which one he was with. Might have been the Outlaws. It was the one that was predominant in the South. It wasn't Hell's Angels. I think it was the Outlaws. And he was ex-member. Still had a motorcycle, but he didn't ride it around that much because his wife was kind of a domineering type and didn't really let him indulge in that kind of thing that much. He was a former boxer too. He was a cool dude. His name was George. I don't know if he had a biker nickname. If he did, he never told it to me. But his name was George. I was friends with his daughter. His daughter is the one that you've heard me talk about, who was 3 years older than me, and would be sitting out on their back deck in a bikini, sunbathing, and would unstrap herself and ask, budding teenager me to go over there and rub lotion on her back and crap. That was her. That was his daughter. What's your top 3 favorite Stephen King horror movies? The Shining, Christine, and probably It Chapter 1. It Chapter 2 kind of sucked, but It Chapter 1 was good. I love Christine, man. It's not true to the book, but it's a really good adaptation of it. I love the music. I love the look of it. I love the actors that are in it. It's one of my favorite horror soundtracks, in fact. I like the Christine soundtrack better than Halloween. I might rewatch that tonight after I finish up the 7thCast, because I haven't watched it in a while. In fact, I liked that soundtrack so much that a couple of Christmases ago, I bought it for 8th on vinyl as part of his vinyl collection. Eighth has got some really cool stuff in his vinyl collection, by the way. He's got like the Berserk soundtrack on vinyl and Death Stranding limited edition vinyl. I think he's got one of the Souls likes on vinyl, either one of the Dark Souls or Bloodborne or something. I can't remember which. But Eighth has got some really, really cool stuff in his vinyl collection. And he's always watching. He goes to all these limited edition, limited print vinyl websites, and he'll come running in, Dad, in a couple hours, this is going to come out. I'll be like, okay. Let me check my bank account. Let me see if I can afford to buy it for you. What's your top 3 vampire movies? Bram Stoker's Dracula, The Lost Boys, and believe it or not, Interview with the Vampire. I know Blade is a vampire movie, but I don't really count it as a vampire movie. I consider it a superhero movie that has vampires in it. Did you like the Sci-Fi Channel in its heyday? Yes, I did. I watched it a lot back in the 90s. I had a friend named Bruce, and we were always like hanging out. He would either, him and his brother would spend the night at my place, or I'd go spend the night at his place for the weekend. And we'd order pizza, and we'd sit and watch Sci-Fi and Comedy Central and, you know, all this stuff. We'd play video games and do computer stuff. And so, you know, that was actually where I discovered Sci-Fi and Comedy Central, because I didn't have them as part of my cable package at the time, but Bruce did. So for me, going over to his house meant I got to watch Mystery Science Theater 3000 and stuff like that. Okay, Master Chief. Yeah, Lost Boys is the stuff. The sequels are horse crap, but the first one was good. Sorry, Slick, you used the S word, so it's not publicly showing your comment in the chat. That's not me, that's YouTube. YouTube will block, it'll hide any comment that has profanity in it. So if you want your comment to be seen in the chat, you can't use wordy dirds. Sorry. I can say them, but you can't type them. Who is your favorite horror slasher character? Freddy Krueger. Don't even have to think about it. Freddy Krueger. Which, don't get me wrong, I like a lot of the others. I like Candyman. I like Jason Voorhees. I like Michael Myers. I like Victor Crowley. Uh, and even some of the more obscure ones, like The Ice Cream Man. That movie's so bad it's good. Uh, Dr. Giggles. Yeah, I remember that one. The Wishmaster, the genie, which I don't consider him really a slasher per se. But, out of all of them, Freddy Krueger remains my favorite by far. Never really cared for Ghostface. I'm not a fan of the Scream series. I liked the first one okay because it was funny and it was basically a satire of the slasher genre. But that was an idea that I felt was adequately addressed in the first film and didn't need sequels. Once it became somebody else pretending to be Ghostface, that's when it started getting dumb for me, and I haven't enjoyed any of them since. Same thing with the Saw movies. Once Jigsaw died, just having it be another disciple of Jigsaw, another fan of Jigsaw, it's got stupid. And this Spiral movie, same thing, stupid. Have you played Indigo Prophecy? Long, long time ago. Don't remember that much about it. I want to say that was another David Cage Quantic Dreams thing, if I'm remembering right. Sorry, guys. I'm having some right knee pain, which is weird because my left knee is the one that I messed up so bad at the movie theater, but now my right knee is bothering me. Which my right knee I injured on a previous movie going excursion. We went to see a movie at the mall that time, and we were walking to the car, and I decided to cut across the grass instead of walking through the parking lot, and they had these little raised plastic guards around the grass that I didn't see, and I tripped on it and fell, and I landed on my right knee, and my right knee's been messed up ever since. And my knees were messed up even before that because I cracked both my kneecaps when I was in that car wreck back in 1995. That car wreck drove the dashboard into my kneecaps. I was messed up pretty bad from that wreck. Okay, so yeah, Tokes. David Cage, Quantic Dream. My favorite horror series is definitely the Grudge Ju-On series, only horror series that makes me uncomfortable at times. The only one of those I like is the original American remake with Sarah Michelle Gellar. I didn't like the 2 sequels they made to it. I didn't like the reboot that came out a couple of years ago. And I have gone back and watched all the original Japanese ones, and I don't think they're as good as the American remake was. The American remake, to me, was the best one. What video game company would you like to go work for if you had a chance? Blue Point, because they're within driving distance of here. I wouldn't have to move to work there. What horror movie scared the hell out of you, if ever? The only memory I have of being scared of a movie was from around 4 years old. And I'd gone to my aunt's house. And I was standing in her living room where they kept their TV. And my aunt was a lover of horror films. And unbeknownst to me, she was watching the broadcast premiere of the TV movie of Salem's Lot. And I just so happened to turn around and look at the TV right as that little dead boy rose up out of his coffin and opened his eyes, and his eyes were white and he had fangs. And that scared the shit out of me, being 4 years old and never having seen a horror movie at that point. And I don't know if that event desensitized me or what, But from that point out, I could watch just about anything and not really get scared by it. I saw the edited for TV version of The Exorcist when I was still in elementary school. And once I got old enough to where, I could have a little pocket money and my mom would be willing to drive me to the mall, I'd go to the mall on the weekends and she'd drop me off at the mall. And as young as 12 years old, drop me off at the mall. And I'd be walking around in the mall by myself all day. And I'd go watch horror movies. And they wouldn't ask for it'd be an R-rated movie, and they would not ask me for an ID. 12 years old, let me in. It was the 80s. And, whether it be the new Freddy movie, whether it be the new Friday the 13th, if it was a new horror movie, I was going to see it. Every weekend. Every weekend. My grandmother would give me $20, and my mom would drive me to the mall, drop me off. Sometimes I had friends with me, sometimes I didn't. I'd walk right into the movie theater. I'd buy me a ticket and a popcorn and a Coke, watch the movie, and then with what was left over, I'd go, because there would be money left over back then. I'd go across the mall to the Pot of Gold arcade and blow everything that was left on playing video games. And then at the scheduled time, I'd be standing out there at the front, and my mom would pull up, I'd get in the car, and she'd drive me home. Every now and again, like birthday or graduation from that year of school, I'd have more money than that. And so before I went to the Pot of Gold after the movie was over, I'd go down to the electronics boutique, buy me a new game. Then I'd go to the Pot of Gold, play some arcade games until I had nothing left. Then I would go outside and wait for my mom to show up. Favorite movie in the Scary Movie series? Like I said, the only one I liked was the first one. I said that like 10 minutes ago. Carrie didn't scare me at all, with one exception. The very first time that I watched it ever, the jump scare at the end got me. But the movie itself didn't scare me at all. It was just that jump scare at the end. Which that one didn't even scare me. It startled me. Now, The Grudge didn't scare me, but it was an eerie feeling watching that in the theater, because I went to see it at an 11 o'clock matinee between, I had a period between when my classes at college ended and when my shift at my job started. So I had some time to kill. So I left school, drove a couple of blocks to the mall, watched The Grudge, and then I went to work after the movie was over. And I was one of the only people in that theater. So I'm sitting in a mostly empty theater in the dark watching The Grudge. And it didn't scare me, but it was an eerie feeling to be sitting there watching it. Oh, sorry, Scary Movie series. I get that confused, Slick, because Scream originally started out being called Scary Movie, and they changed it to Scream. I only like the first two Scary Movies. The rest of them were kind of crap. Same thing with A Haunted House. I liked the first two, and if they've made any past the second one, I haven't watched them. Because for some reason, and I realized that the Wayans were really only involved in the first two Scary Movie films, but anytime the Wayans have a series of films, the first two are the only ones worth watching, and the rest of them are crap. And even the second one was just barely worth watching, and that was mainly because Chris Elliott playing the gimpy hand butler. Let's see here. 7th, remember the game arcades first came out with Mortal Kombat. It was packed with gamers, and we were all in shock. That wasn't my experience with Mortal Kombat. The first time I experienced Mortal Kombat was in the lobby of the Hills department store. That was the first place I saw it. And, I played it, and I was rather shocked by it because I hadn't seen anything like that in a game. I mean, I wasn't shocked from a personal sense because I'd seen way bloodier in horror movies at that point. But like seeing stuff like the movie Pieces and things like that, I'd seen way bloodier horror films. But I'd never seen anything quite like that in a video game up to that point. I think Carrie, the Pig's Blood, or Big Insane Eyes, or Anger and the Music. Seventh, in your experience, do women like men who are talkative, or can talkative dudes come off as feminine and turn those women off? I haven't ever run into a woman that told me I talk too much. I think it had more to do with what I talked about and whether I used active listening so that they would know that I was paying attention to what they said. If they start talking about what they're doing at school and the first thing out of your mouth is, I spent all last week playing Elden Ring, you're probably not going to get very far with them. You have to show that you're listening to what they have to say and that you're interested in what they have to say. And if you're not interested in what she has to say, then you're probably sitting across from the wrong woman. That's when I think horror is working best, when it gives you an eerie feeling. Jump scares are kind of lame. Yes, they are. Were you a fan of Kevin Smith movies? I used to be. His more recent stuff I haven't cared for. The last movie he made that I liked was Tusk. I liked Tusk. I didn't like Yoga Hosers, and I didn't like Jay and Silent Bob's reboot. Because it was just so obvious that he had less money to work with than he did with the first one. And let's be honest, the funniest thing about the first Jay and Silent Bob movie was not Jay and Silent Bob. It was Will Ferrell. And the sequel didn't have Will Ferrell, and you felt it. You felt it. Yeah, jump scares get overused nowadays. Sometimes it's to good effect. The last example of a good jump scare I can think of is all the way back with the first Insidious, where they're sitting there in the dining room and the camera switches back to the dude and the demon dude is like behind his shoulder. That's the last good example of a jump scare I can think of. The main thing, Ultra Steel, is that you don't dominate the conversation. That's the main thing. It doesn't matter to an extreme degree what you talk about. But if she's not getting a word in edgewise because you won't shut up, that's a problem. There's not one straightforward answer to give you on that. It's something you just have to develop a feel for. Seventh, did you like Don't Be a Menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood? I liked parts of it. Some of it was a little too corny. Some of it I liked. What'd you think about A Quiet Place? I didn't really care for it that much. And it set off a whole series of gimmick movies. Because you had A Quiet Place where you can't make noise. Then you had that horror movie with Sandra Bullock where you couldn't look at things. There was just like this whole series of movies that was about seeing too much or making too much noise or can't hear things. It was a pain in the ass. And it was kind of laughable to see Hollywood jump on that train. I was expecting the next one to be like, you have to be careful about what you eat because there's this alien creature that landed on Earth and it feeds on farts. So if you eat a bunch of beans and then you fart, the alien will break into your house because they smell the fart and kill you. Which I hope that never happens because I'd be doomed. Oh, my neck. Oh, bad kink. Bad kink. Come on. Oh, there it went. Oh, that's better. That's better. Sometimes you gotta pop your own neck, man. Sometimes you just gotta do it. Well, keep the questions coming. Keep them coming, folks. Without you, I have no content. I get really boring if I don't have topics to discuss. I was watching RGT85 on Twitter the other day, and he posted a little video on Twitter, and he was like, "Hey guys, check it out. It's Metal Jesus' theme song." And he was like, dun 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 dun. And I was like, "Okay, now play this." And I posted him a link to my old 7th theme. Not the old one, but the one that sounded like an instrumental pop punk song. I sent him a link to that. He didn't reply. So then I was like, no, wait. Now play my new theme. And I played the theme that I've been using, the one that me and J.A. Allen made together, my buddy Jeff. He didn't reply to that either. I don't have anything against RGT85. I watch his stuff. He just doesn't respond to me that much. I don't know why. He just don't. Probably because I don't have enough subscribers to make it worth his while to reply. Which, that being said, ever since Wood broke 1 million subscribers, Wood don't talk to me anymore either. I can text him, I can DM him, I can email him. It don't matter. He don't reply. He has grown beyond my old fat ass. Are you going to pick up GT7? Not anytime soon. I'll get it when I can get a cheap used copy. I'm not a big fan of simulation racers, never have been. Was Al Yankovic overrated or underrated in your unhumble opinion? Underrated. He's in reality, he's a musical genius. It's just he chooses to use that genius to make comedy songs. But he's actually a very gifted musician. If a movie like Big Ass Spider can be made, I'm pretty sure that could be made. Well, we'll see. We'll see. You never know. You never know. After all, I've sat through the entire runtime of FDR, American Badass. And you haven't watched Stupid until you've watched FDR, American Badass. That's one of the stupidest movies I've ever seen in my life. I mean, it was meant to be. So, it achieves its goals. But that doesn't change the fact that it's a stupid-ass movie. No, I'm talking about beat 'em ups. Wood from beat 'em ups. The Nintendo Switch guy. He's also in the Game Chaser movie. Much bigger part than I had. Like I said, mine's just a cameo. But he's in the Game Chasers movie. He's friends with the Game Chasers. He lives up in the Dallas area, right around where they're at. And he's Australian, but he lives here in the States. Has an Australian accent. Long hair with a beard. He's like one of the most popular Nintendo Switch-focused YouTubers. But when I met him, he wasn't as popular. He exploded after that, and now he's at like 1 million subscribers. And once he hit that 1 million mark, You know, I could send him a text begging for help because my house is on fire, and I wouldn't get a reply. Seventh, were Eggo waffles popular in the 80s like Stranger Things portrayed? Oh, yeah. Yeah, all of us ate them when we were kids. All of us ate them. I mean, they're just little waffles. That's all they are. They're waffles that are shrunk so you can fit them in a toaster. Seventh, do you think there'll ever be another good Superman movie like the Christopher Reeves films? Well, I mean, I liked Man of Steel. I would like to get a Man of Steel too, even though I know we won't. But presumably the next Superman movie is going to be the African American Superman. I can't even remember his name now. In the comics, I think his name was Calvin Edwards or something like that, which was a play on Kal-El. But he's like an alternate universe Superman, and he's African American. Can I get your PSN from you and 8th? Well, my PSN is the 7th level. It always has been. 8th is Lord 8th. You won't see me on there much, though, Clean Frame, because once I got on YouTube, it got to where I never could play a game without getting multiple messages per day from people that watch me wanting to talk, wanting to invite me into party chats, wanting me to play a game with them. And so I just got in the habit of hiding my online status all the time. So even when I'm there, I'm not there. 8th is the same way. Even if you try to add him as a friend, even if he accepted it, you'd never see him online because he hides his online status just like I do. From 8th, I prefer not to give out my PSN. Whoops. It's not that big a deal. 8th, a lot of folks already knew what your PSN was from you having the same one for years. So, not that big a deal. Oh, man. Whew. Tired. Long week. Did you like the Smallville series? Not really, because they finally get to the point where he's ready to become Superman and then they end it, which I thought was kind of lame. You never got to fully see him in the Superman costume. All you ever got to see was him open his shirt and the logo was there. Thought that was kind of lame. And plus, you try to go back and watch it now, and the special effects kind of suck. And, of course, what's her name, the one that was supposed to be empathic or whatever, she ended up being one of those weirdo Nexium sex cult members. So, it'd be kind of hard to go back and watch it now with her in it. "21 watching. Y'all gotta make do with the questions, man. What's your favorite MMA fighter in the UFC? I don't have one. I don't watch sports. I don't even watch pro wrestling anymore. I just got bored of it. So, I don't watch UFC. I don't watch boxing. I don't watch football, basketball, baseball. I just don't watch sports. It's never really interested me to any great degree. The only time I ever did get into it was I became interested in watching the Chicago Bulls when Jordan was still on the team. And so, and the only reason I got into that was because my best friend at the time was a big fan of the Chicago Bulls. So he'd come over to spend the weekend and hang out, and he'd want to put on the Bulls game. And so I'd sit and watch the Bulls game, and that's how I got into that. But then when Jordan retired, I lost all interest in it, and I haven't watched sports since. Did you like the Elvira horror series in the 80s? Yes, and I even liked her crappy movie that she made. Have you ever played a game called Stubbs the Zombie? Oh, yeah. Was that the one that was an OG Xbox exclusive? I know I played it. I just can't remember what system it was on. I wanted to say it was a OG Xbox game. I don't currently own it. I'll tell you that. Seventh, Reggie Fils Media, Nintendo, former Nintendo of America CEO, had memes, but did Jack Trenton have any? Reggie's My Body is Ready is timeless. Ha ha ha. If Jack had any, I don't know what they are. Most of the Sony memes that came out during that time came from their spokesperson, the Kevin Butler character from the commercials back then. So, yeah, there weren't really any Jack Trenton memes that I remember. They recently ported it to PS4, Switch, Xbox One, and PC again. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, goodness. One purchase that I made recently was, of course, any of you that are car owners, you know that during the winter months, uh, the lack of heat outside will cause your tires to lose tire pressure. And the last time I drove my car, I noticed that I was getting down in like the 20 to 24 pound psi range. And my car hasn't needed an oil change recently because I haven't been driving it. I haven't been going anywhere. I mean, I've had this car going on 3 years, and it still doesn't even have 30,000 miles on it yet. And it had 19,000 miles on it when I bought it. So I bought me a tire pumper-upper machine, a tire air compressor. And me and Eighth took it out today and tested it on the Challenger. And, you know, we were out there maybe 7-8 minutes, and we aired all 4 of the tires up. It was, you know, I let him do it because, you know, bad knees, bad back, bending over to unscrew the tire and everything. I don't exaggerate when I tell you guys my back is severely effed up. But we went out there, and it was a very simple little process. And so now I'm going to be keeping that in the trunk. So if we ever go somewhere, come walking out and the tire's gone flat for whatever reason, like if I drove over a nail on the way there, we can at least air it up enough to get to a tire shop where we can replace the tire or patch it. So I got that in my trunk now. Nice. Seventh, as you get older, do you feel video games are at most times boring? It depends on the game. Sometimes I'm so into a game that I'll marathon it and lose complete track of time. And the next thing I know, I've got to be up for work in 2 hours. Other games, I have to force myself to play them. Is You Are Maidenless as good as I Took an Arrow in the Knee as a meme? I'm not even familiar with the You Are Maidenless one, but I know the Skyrim one, sure. Is New Game Plus and Elden Ring like Dark Souls 3 where you can activate it whenever you want? I don't know. Ask 8th. 8th would know. He's telling the truth, Clean Frame, because when it got out that 8th was starting to master these Souls likes, it got to the point where every time he logged on to PSN, there was multiple messages from people asking him for help with earning specific trophies for those games. And he came in and told me one night, he was like, I think I'm going to private my account. I can't handle all these messages all the time. It sucks. And so I told him if that's what he wanted to do, it was his account, he could do it. I mean, I can give you some basic information. He has 90 platinums. He doesn't have as many platinums as me, but part of the reason for that is that A, I've been earning trophies longer than him, and B, he doesn't want to sully his account with stuff like Hannah Montana the movie and some of the garbage that I've got in mine. Where I've played stuff for yucks like Mr. Mayo and what have you. These games that, take like 20 minutes to plat, that only exist to plat them. Like my name is Mayo is like 99 cents and you can plat it in half an hour. And literally all you have to do is hit the X button until you win. I have a couple, I have some of those in there amongst my 165 platinums. No, I haven't seen the Uncharted movie yet. I'll wait for digital on that one. 7th, is there a correlation with being able to handle emergency situations and doing things you don't want to do but have to, like chores? I don't think so. Because having to do things you don't want to do, like chores, is a lot different than how you as an individual handle the fight or flight response. Because, some people will jump right in without hesitation. Some people will turn tail and run. And some people will just freeze and not be able to do anything and just get their block knocked off. And a lot of that just has to do with your individual psychology and how you were raised and various other factors. Have you ever seen the comedy Repossessed with Leslie Nielsen? Yeah, I was enjoying it till it got to that stupid part at the end where the devil was like, I hate rock and roll. The devil would never hate rock and roll. So that ruined it for me. I'll let 8th answer that one, Tokes. I'm not going to speak for him. I mean, I can imagine what he's going to say, but I'm not going to speak for him on that one. Oh, I missed it again. I missed it again. One hour remaining. We are $30 short of the 1 hour extension. I think another thing that factors into it, Tokes, is that a lot of the genres that you can make money as far as tournaments and whatnot are not exactly Eighth's genres of choice. He's not big into fighting games. He's not really big into the whole Dota and Dota style games and StarCraft, and he's not into Call of Duty or any of that stuff. So, yeah, he doesn't really play the genres where you have big tournaments situated around them. Do you remember the Death Spank games? Yeah, I liked the first one. I wasn't as big of a fan of the second one. Seventh, I think I'm burnt out from gaming. Seems like everything I play feels the same. Well, that's because people are just the developers are mainly focusing on improving the graphics, the size of the games, but they're staying within their genres. There's not really anything that you haven't played some variation of before coming out these days. You still got shooters, you still got sports games, you still got Japanese RPGs, you still got Western RPGs. Even Elden Ring, it just, for the most part feels like an open world Dark Souls game, and we've had Dark Souls for a long time now. So, I understand where you're coming from. There's very little coming out these days that's like a totally untapped concept. And the ones that do come out are mostly coming from the indie community. So a lot of times you never even know that they exist or ever, even see a video of them, much less play them. Not unless they're lucky enough to get traction, either through media coverage or word of mouth. The bad thing about it is that whenever we do have, on rare occasions, this we've never experienced this in gaming type thing before, then all the big companies hop on it and basically steal the concept and then bury us to death with it, just like Hollywood does. I mean, think about it. DC Universe, multiverse with Flash. Marvel, Spider-Man and Doctor Strange 2, multiverse. Everyone just wants to give us the same shit. And it's just like in Hollywood as it is with video games. You mark my words, the next big brand new thing that comes out within a year, you'll have a bunch of people trying to capitalize on it and making their own take on it. And it doesn't even have to be a completely new genre. It can be just a different way of doing something. A new mechanic in a first-person shooter. A new first-person shooter comes out, has this new mechanic, and everyone thinks it's great. Then all of a sudden you'll see all these first-person shooters come out using that exact same mechanic. What did you give Rainbow Moon out of 7? Nothing, because I never reviewed it. I liked it. I probably would have given it, at least a 6. But I never actually reviewed that one. Yeah, Death Stranding, which looked phenomenal. And what do we have coming out from Capcom sometime this generation? That weird game where the trailer had the dude walking around in a spacesuit. I instantly got Death Stranding vibes from that just watching it. In fact, me and Eighth were both kind of shocked that it wasn't a Kojima game when we watched the trailer. An actual new concept comes out, and some people really love it, and some people really hate it. And then you'll have the copycats come in. I guess y'all don't want to see me review Babylon's Fall. That's all right. That's all right. I wasn't going to be looking forward to playing it regardless. But I would have done it. If we'd hit 60 tonight, I would have done it. I would have ordered a copy. Because you know me, I ain't going to buy it digital. I would have ordered a copy as soon as the 7thCast was over. It would have shown up tomorrow the next day. And I would have started my run. But that's all right. Have you played Battlefield 2042? No, because I'm not going to pay money for a game that's bad unless I make it during the 7thCast because you guys want to see me review it. I got to save my money for the good games. I'm not going to spend it on ones that I know suck. 7th, you've got a Challenger, correct? It must drink some fuel. No, because I'm an older gentleman. I don't need the V8. I bought the V6. That was 310 horsepower. That was more than enough for me. And like I said earlier, I haven't been going anywhere for the last 2 years, so I barely, me and 8th filled the tank up a couple of weeks ago. That was the first time since like May of last year that I'd put gas in that car. Not even kidding. 7th, I bring all that up because I feel like when you ignore your emotions to do things you need to do, you're practicing self-control, and theoretically I feel it makes handling situations easier. Yeah, well, that kind of goes without saying, Ultra Steel. A lot of making an educated decision or taking an educated action on things requires you to have the ability to put your emotions on the back burner and look at it from, but at the same time, be able to make rational decisions quickly. Yeah, you can make a rational decision to not step out on the curb or step back on the curb when a bus is coming. But if you take too long to make that decision, you're getting scraped off the windshield. Are you going to see that Elvis movie on digital? I'll watch it on digital. I certainly am not going to watch it in the theater. I don't care about watching somebody else pretend to be Elvis, because every movie that I've ever watched of someone impersonating Elvis, it's not a good Elvis impersonation. I think the closest person would probably be Kurt Russell when he did it back in the 70s for that TV movie. He did a decent Elvis. But and the guy that played Elvis in that Jerry Lee Lewis movie, Great Balls of Fire, he was a decent Elvis. But the rest of the Elvis movies have been made over the years. Yeah. Have you played the Civilization series? I've played it. I don't necessarily dislike the whole city building genre or whatever, or the city building / strategy world sim type games. Civilization, Age of Empires, all that kind of stuff. I don't necessarily dislike them, but nowadays it's a time sink that I don't necessarily want to devote my time to. What's the most disappointing sequel? Are you talking about game or movie? For me, video game wise, it would be ActRaiser 2. ActRaiser 2 was dog shit. And I was so disappointed because I loved ActRaiser 1. It was one of my favorite SNES games of all time. And the sequel was just garbage. Damn near unplayable garbage. 7th, with social media in the last 10 years or so, there are some crazy bad people out there. Yes, there are. Again, you used a wordy dirt, so it hid your comment. Got 45 minutes left, everybody. 45 minutes left. $30 short of the 10 o'clock extension. I'll tell you what. I won't even worry about the whole 60. If we can get that in the next 45 minutes up to $40, where I'm only spending $20 on Babylon's Fall, I'll put in the other 20 to buy it and review it. Otherwise, don't expect to see a review of that game anytime soon. In other words, by the time I do get to play it and review it, none of you are going to care and you won't watch the video. Just like y'all didn't watch the Ratchet and Clank review. Seventh, you know which movie aged badly but had creepy moments? The Brothers Grimm with Heath Ledger and Matt Damon. CGI aged poorly, but I like some of the dark concepts. I didn't like that movie because I didn't think it was entertaining. It had good casting, I guess, and it had interesting ideas, but it was a boring movie. It just wasn't very fun to watch. I mean, I don't know why I associate it with this other movie, because they're very dissimilar. But when I think of the Brothers Grimm, another movie comes to mind, which was a French movie called Brotherhood of the Wolf. And Brotherhood of the Wolf is an entertaining movie that also has two men battling evil forces in a forest, older time setting, but is a much better movie. I hope the Kenobi series is going to be good. I would like to see his story after the fall. Well, we'll see. They don't exactly have an exemplary track record so far. I watched part of it. I'm just not a fan of Ratchet and Clank in general, so I didn't finish it. How'd you manage to get your PS5 if you don't mind telling the story again? Well, we have two PS5s. The first one, I just pre-ordered it the day that it went live, and that's how I got that one. The second one, 8th decided he wanted his own and couldn't get one anywhere, and so my buddy Brian, who shows up on here every now and again, he basically just stalked all the online retailers until one of them came available on Walmart, and he pre-ordered it for me, and then I paid him $500 for it. And that's how I got 8s. Didn't buy it from a scalper. Same thing with the Xbox Series X. Didn't scalp for that one either. I waited until someone on Twitter said so-and-so has them. I ordered it, got mine. Then 8th wanted one, couldn't find one anywhere. And so I signed up for their, pay for it for $30 a month for 2 years thing. And got one that way. Yes, it costs more money, but that's okay. He wanted one really bad, so I got it for him. So we both have a PS5 and we both have a Series X. And we both have a Switch. He has the traditional Switch. I have the Switch Lite. I barely play it. Thing's battery will probably die on me because, I rarely ever charge it up because I barely ever play it. Is what it is. I just have way less interest in playing Switch because it doesn't have a trophy or achievement system. I know that sounds silly since some of my favorite Nintendo games of all time are on systems that didn't have trophies or achievements, but now that I have them, I want to have them on everything. And Nintendo refuses to do it, and so I'm not as interested in playing Nintendo games as I used to be. Do you think Xbox will turn around their first-party output after 2022? I would assume so, but that's yet to be proven. We'll have to see. It depends on where all these studios they've bought were progress-wise in the projects they were currently working on when they were acquired. That's why we're having to wait forever to see, Elder Scrolls 6, for example. I mean, we're supposed to get Starfield this year, but, it's supposed to be launching in November, and all we've still seen are cutscenes. Why do you think that is? That makes me think that either it's not actually going to come out this year, or that they're afraid that when you see the actual gameplay, you're not going to be as impressed as you thought you would be. I could be wrong on that. We'll just have to see come November. But it is weird that a game that's supposed to be launching this November, we still haven't seen any gameplay for it. I mean, we've even seen gameplay of God of War Ragnarok at this point, but we still haven't seen any gameplay of Starfield yet. Do you have a favorite Brothers Grimm fairy tale? Not especially. I never was really all that big into the Brothers Grimm fairy tales when I was a kid. Would it be ideal to call the new Xbox the Bethesda box? Well, you're not that far off, really, because that'll be the acquisition that they get the most exclusives from. Because you're looking at Bethesda themselves, and you're looking at id and Machine Gun Games. They bought a lot of franchises when they bought that. Yeah, that's true. Bethesda are not afraid at all to release broken games. Not at all. Has any of you thought about getting a PS3 60 gig to play PS1, 2, and 3 games? I haven't, because I already own multiple PS3s. I have the 60 gig, I have the Slim, and I have the Super Slim. I have all three. So I don't have to think about it. And on top of that, I also have a working PS1 and multiple working PS2s. I don't have the original PS1. I have the PS1 Lite sitting right there behind my head there between the PS2 and the GameCube. And I have both. I have two of the original PS2, and I have a PS2 Slim. I also have multiple PSPs and multiple Vitas. Lots of stuff, man. Lots of stuff. That being said, there are still retro systems that I'm missing. I don't have the Emerson Arcadia 2000. I don't have the Bally Astrocade. I don't have the original Magnavox Odyssey. I only have the Odyssey 2. I don't have an Atari 5200. Of course, I don't have a Laservision because those are $2,000. I no longer have a Neo Geo. I used to have a Neo Geo. I traded it to Captain Retro so he'd build me my arcade cabinet. So yeah. Oh, and I don't have a Philips CDI. I don't have a TurboGrafx CD drive for my TurboGrafx 16. Or a Turbo Duo for that matter. I only have the vanilla TurboGrafx. So there's still a number of retro systems out there that I haven't been able to acquire yet. I was supposed to have a lead-in on a 5200. Zombie JT, who sometimes shows up for the 7thCast, said they had that they were working on one for me, and said that they had found me a good copy of that Contra clone I wanted for PS1 called One. It's just called One, O-N-E. And then they never sent them to me. Which, that's fine. That's fine. It's not a big deal. Life gets in the way of things. But I'm trying not to be mean about this. Basically, it comes down to this. It's cool if you like my channel. It's cool if you want to do something like that. I'm all right with that. I have limits as to what I'll accept in terms of generosity. I've turned people down before that were just trying to be way, way over the line as far as trying to give me something. But the general thing is, don't say that you're going to do it if you don't have the means to do it. You know, I don't care if you send me anything or not, but if you say you're going to send something and don't send it, that's just going to put uh, some feels between you and me that I don't want to be there. Like my longtime friend Chris, who occasionally watches the 7thCast, he told me he had found me a a Turbo Express. Then he comes to me and tells me that the capacitors in the Turbo Express are blown, so he's going to have somebody repair it and then send it to me once it's repaired. And I haven't heard from him since. And so, well, actually, that's not true. I messaged him. I said, "What happened with that?" He said, "Oh, I'm still working on it." If you don't have it, or it's not in a condition to where you can send it, and you're talking about something you're planning on doing later, don't promise it to me to begin with. Don't tell me about it until you've already shipped it to me. And then you can surprise me with it. If you tell me you're going to do it and then you just don't do it and it becomes like 1-2 years later, yeah. I don't want that kind of animosity to be between me and somebody else. I don't want there to be drama. So, and I'm a person that I always keep my promises. And so it becomes a stickler for me when someone says, "I'm going to do this," and then they don't do it. I don't care. If you send me something, I appreciate it. I always appreciate it when one of you guys wants to do something like that for me or 8th. It's never been an obligation. It's never been something that I even go out of my way to ask for, other than, hey, you guys want to donate a little bit for me to play, review a game that I don't really want to spend my own money on, that kind of thing. But, if you say, I came across this and I'm going to send it to you, what's your address? And then it's 2 years later and you're not even showing up on the 7thCast anymore and you're ignoring me on Twitter, Seventh, in your opinion, is a horror movie successful if it has a well-structured and well-made story, likable characters, and an interesting theme, even if it doesn't end up scaring you? Then it's an interesting movie, and it's a success as a movie, not necessarily a success as a horror film. Do you ever miss console warring? Not especially. I mean, I had fun making that response video to MLD several months ago, but it's not something I'd want to go back to doing on a regular basis because it's just not as fun as it used to be. Because people aren't as willing to put themselves out there. Everyone cares more about appeasing the YouTube algorithm and making money and turning YouTube into a job than having fun with it. And so, the whole thing that made the console war thing fun was, for lack of a better word, the cast of interesting characters there were out there that you could interact with. They're not there anymore. And the people that are there prefer to stay in their little hug box where everyone's going to kiss their ass and tell them how great they are, instead of actually trying to back up and support and prove their own opinions against those with different points of view. If you make a response video to someone nowadays, you're more likely to get flagged for bullying than get an actual response. So there's no point. I can get away with doing it with MLD because he's open to that. He welcomes it. even though, his return to YouTube was kind of brief. He was there for a couple of months. He wasn't getting the amount of views that he thought he would get, and so now he's just kind of back to responding to people on Twitter all day. Of course, I take 100% credit of that. It's now the second time that I've scared him off YouTube. With one video. We're down to the 30-minute mark, folks. We're down to 30 minutes left, $30 short of the hour extension. Haven't had as many people in here tonight. Got up over 20 at one point, but we haven't hit 30 all night long. Everybody's either at the theater watching Batman or playing Elden Ring. They don't care about what my old ass has to say about nothing. My. So, Eighth and I, for the first time, sat down and watched Urotsukidoshi, Legend of the Overfiend, with me this week. He was not impressed. He was like, a lot of gore, a lot of tentacle hentai, not a lot of plot. And he waited till the last 15 minutes of the movie to suddenly get philosophical and deep. He didn't like it. He certainly didn't like it near as much as Akira. He's like, this is just basically horror hentai. And that is what it is. It's like the Cinemax, the Skinemax version of what Bible Black is. Because Bible Black is straight up XXX shit. But Legend of the Overfiend is more like hard R. It implies a lot, but doesn't show as much as Bible Black does. I mainly wanted it because I remembered seeing it 30 years ago, and at that time, I'd never seen anything like that put to animation before. And so it was a curiosity. Now it's a lot more common, so it's not as big of a thing to witness it. But it is an interesting piece of anime history, and that's why I own it. Just because of its place in anime history more than anything else. Not necessarily because of how good it is or isn't. You hear anything from Rich about doing another podcast with him? No. Usually the only time I hear from Rich is when he wants something from me. Which that's not a negative against him. He's trying to make a living on YouTube. I'm not. So whenever it comes to collaborations with him, it's rarely my idea. It's him coming to other people because he has a schedule to keep and he has money that he has to make. I do not. I don't have a schedule I have to keep, and I am not doing this to pay my bills. So, it is what it is. When he's ready to do another one, I'm sure he'll DM me on Twitter. And I certainly don't do it for clout. I do it because it's fun. My channels don't go up in popularity at all when I show up on these other podcasts. I don't get subs from it. I don't get views from it. I do it because it's fun. I might watch more of Ultimate Muscle tonight. When I eat my rice, I like some cow. It makes it really nice. I don't know how. It's my favorite form of chow. I'll eat now. It's the dumbest anime. It's so juvenile, but I love it. It's one of the only times where I've felt that the American English dub improved the entertainment factor of an anime. Now, I love the English dub, don't really care that much about the Japanese dub. To me, the English dub is funnier. It's so ridiculous, that show. Eighth doesn't understand why I like it. He doesn't get it. So if he's sitting in the game room with me and I pop in Ultimate Muscle and start watching it, he'll watch it for like 10 minutes and then he'll just get up without saying anything and walk out of the room. It's not for him. 7th, did you think the visual concept of Nintendo's Mii avatars was atrocious? Yes, they're terrible. They look absolutely horrible. They look like Playmates figures. They're terrible. You know, I think I'll give Microsoft this. I think the avatars that they came up with during the 360 era that were customizable and you could put them in different poses and stuff, I think those are way better than the Mii avatars. Like my avatar on Xbox looks like a cartoon version of me. And I'm like, when you look at the picture of it, I'm like, you know, I'm just like yelling at the sky in rage. So, yeah, that's one example I can give where Microsoft did it better than Nintendo did. 20 minutes left, folks. 20 minutes left. Keep the questions coming. We're almost at the end. Unless $30 shows up in the next 20 minutes. I think the best English dub that improves the entertainment factor over the original would be Ghost Stories. I've heard people say that the English dub of that is hilarious. I watched one episode of it in English, and I just didn't see what everyone else was seeing, I guess. But trust me, the English dub of Ultimate Muscle is so stupid it's funny. I mean, you can tell from watching it that it would have been goofy no matter what language it was in. But some of the humor in it is blatant adult humor, and it somehow made it into this Saturday morning cartoon show anyway. Which is where part of the humor comes from, because I'll watch it and I'm like, I can't believe that got past Fox's censors. Like, one of the gags in it is that Kid Muscle is sitting in his room at the Muscle Planet Palace, and he's supposed to be studying for his exams or whatever, but he opens up his textbook and he's got like a hentai manga or something in his textbook, and he's like opening it up and you know, pulling up the centerfolds to look at them and stuff, and I'm like, they left that in on a Saturday morning show, you know. And it has obviously it has a lot of fart jokes, it has a lot of poop and piss jokes and various other things, and it just amazes me that in the year 2003 that those jokes made it past Fox's censors for 70 plus episodes. It cracks me up. And it's just a legitimately funny show, but it helps if you're a fan of pro wrestling to watch that show. And 8th is not as big of a pro wrestling fan as I used to be. So it just doesn't appeal to him all that much. G4 TV is not running it has some of the same people starring on it, but it's not owned and operated by the same people that it used to be owned and operated by, Tokes. And so now it's, you know, it doesn't have the adult sense of humor that it used to have. Well, when I watched it, it was, they didn't even call it Fox 4 Kids. It was called the Fox Box. And then after the Fox box, it moved over to that cable station, Jetix or whatever it was. One of those cable cartoon networks. Might have been Jetix. I don't remember. But when I watched it, it was Saturday mornings on Fox during their Fox box block. So it's like you watched Ultimate Muscle, and then either before or after Ultimate Muscle, you had Fighting Foodons and Sonic X and a couple other anime shows. Which Fighting Foodons was stupid too. It was basically Pokemon, but instead of monsters, you had dishes that you cooked. It was like Food Wars meets Pokemon, because you'd cook these dishes and then the dishes would come to life and fight for you. And so the main character of the show, whose name I can't remember, the best dish that he made was fried rice. And so the fried rice would become Fried Ricer. And Fried Ricer was like a kung fu dude that was dressed in a Bruce Lee type outfit, but he had a plate of fried rice for a head. And just like Pokemon, they'd run around screaming their own names. So he'd get in a fight and you'd hear, Fried Ricer! Fried Ricer! Fried Ricer! Which is not exactly the most politically sensitive thing to do nowadays. So I can understand why it doesn't get a lot of airplay anymore. But at the time, it was kind of amusing. Thoughts on Inuyasha? Caught it one time on Adult Swim, and I haven't really watched it that much. I watched like one episode, and I didn't really get into it. What is the most popular video game ever? Probably Mario, man. People that didn't grow up in the 80s don't really understand what a phenomenon Mario was. It's like a new Mario game would come out, and it almost seemed like the whole world would shut down because parents everywhere were stopping whatever they were doing to try to get somewhere where copies of it were still in stock. It was insane. I can remember the day that Mario 3 came out, going to the mall, and there was a line going from the EB all the way back out the doors of the mall of parents standing in line to buy Mario for their kid. Same thing when Mario 2 came out. It took a while before I could get a copy of Mario 2. It was hard to find. Do you remember the gimmick to that Monster Rancher game on PS1? Not really. I haven't played that one in a long time. It wasn't one that I got deep into. Wouldn't the most popular one technically be Minecraft now? It sold 200 million copies. Well, when you imagine how many Mario games there have been, especially when you add to those Mario games Super Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, Mario Racing, Mario Party, not Mario Racing, Mario Tennis, Mario Party, Mario Golf, every system Mario's ever been on, the arcade version of Mario Brothers, the arcade version of Super Mario Brothers. You see what I mean? It might have the most concurrent players now as far as Minecraft goes, but over history, the most well-known video game of all time would most likely be Mario. And probably second place to that would be Pac-Man. You know, everyone on the freaking planet knows what Pac-Man is. Well, happy birthday, Tokes. Thoughts on when you first saw Brock Lesnar in 2002? That was actually during a period where I wasn't watching a whole lot of wrestling. I kind of backed away from it. So, I didn't see most of Brock Lesnar's run in 2002 because I wasn't really watching. It's like when WCW shut down, I kind of backed away for a couple of years. I mean, just to give you an example on the whole Minecraft and Mario thing, just the original Mario Kart on the Wii, just one game on the Wii, sold 50 million copies. So you take every copy of Super Mario Brothers ever sold, every copy of Mario Brothers ever sold, every copy of Super Mario Brothers 2, Super Mario Brothers 3, Super Mario World, Super Mario Land on the Game Boy, Super Mario Land 2, Super Mario RPG. You add all of those up over the last 30 plus years, 200 million in Minecraft ain't going to cut it, yo. I'm just saying. And as far as brand recognition goes, Zelda is probably up there too, but Zelda hasn't had as many releases as Mario over the years. Close, but not as many. I mean, think about it. On the NES, you had Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers 2, Super Mario Brothers 3, Mario Math or whatever it was, Mario, you had all these different Mario games, Dr. Mario, and then with Zelda on Nintendo, you had Legend of Zelda and Legend of Zelda 2. You didn't see Zelda again until Link to the Past on Super Nintendo and Link's Awakening on the Game Boy. It's a popular series, but it hasn't sold as many copies and it hasn't had as many releases over the years. What would you give the Guardians of the Galaxy video game out of 7? I haven't finished it yet, but based on what I've played of it so far, probably a 6 out of 7. There's some things that I think would have made it a better game. So it's not so much because of anything that's wrong in the game. It's things that I think should have been in the game and aren't in the game. We need a severe, scary, jump-filled horror game. You think that'll ever happen? Well, I've heard that game Martha is Dead is pretty gruesome, but I haven't played it, so I can't say. I think there's been some games that, depending on who you are as a player and a horror fan, could fit that bill for you. Yeah, I know a lot. I've known a number of people that were scared to death of Outlast, for example, or what's that other game? Fear something. It's more of an interactive puzzle game that's spooky. Layer of Fear or something like that. There's been 2 of them made. I know people that are scared to death of those. So it just kind of depends on the player. Yeah, Mario Kart 8 sold a ton of copies. You add up every Mario game that's ever been released and how many copies it sold, I guarantee you it'll be well over that 200 million mark. Because just 2 games, Mario Kart on the Wii and Mario Kart 8, that's almost 100 million on their own just for those 2. I think it's about time to replace the coil in this. It's starting to taste a little burny. We got 10 minutes left, folks. 10 minutes left. Looks like this is going to be another one where we don't make the cut. It's okay though. Yeah, I have Outlast 1 and 2 as well. I have both of them on a PS4 physical release. Came with both of them on the same disc. Seventh, do you think making stories that are meant for everyone but leans towards older kids still has stuff only adults would understand is best done by not relying on profanity and gore alone? Um, I think it's possible to make a plot or story either in film or in a game that might lean towards a younger audience but still have enough adult innuendo humor in it without it becoming something that's harsher than PG or PG-13. Yes. And it's possible to tell a good story that way. That used to be what Ratchet and Clank was. You know, Ratchet and Clank used to have a lot of adult innuendo in it. That's why some of the sequels were named what they were called. Going Commando, Up Your Arsenal. You know, they used to be fairly full of a lot of adult innuendo and humor in them without it crossing into that PG-13 realm. But nowadays, they've gotten rid of a lot of that in the newer Ratchet and Clanks. They're not, they don't have as much of that edge to them as they used to. Opinion on people who want easy mode in Souls games, then it wouldn't be a Souls game. You know, to me, that's like saying, how can I put this? To me, that would be like taking a Ninja Gaiden game and saying, you know what? These Ninja Gaiden games would be a lot, they would appeal to a much wider audience if they had automatic weapons and lots of ammo in them. So then you could just shoot these characters from a distance instead of having to parry and block and dodge and use a sword. That's what they're saying to me. And we have seen that concept proven in that new indie game, Infernax, because like I said, you can put a code in that changes your character in this Castlevania game into a character from Contra instead, carrying an automatic assault rifle with unlimited ammo. And so then you become effectively invincible because there's not a single enemy in that game that can ever even get close to you because your bullets go all the way across the screen and are rapid fire and you never run out of them. And so all you have to do is hold down the fire button and run, and you kill everything on the screen. So no, I don't think that Souls games should have an easy mode because then it defeats the purpose of what a Souls game is. It makes it to where it's not a Souls game anymore. And so you're not getting the true experience of the game and what it was meant to be. So what's the point of it being there if you're not getting the actual experience that everyone else who does play it on the normal mode are getting? Because the enjoyment of that game, it's not from the mechanics and it's not from the story. It's the sense of accomplishment you get, that adrenaline rush you get when you finally beat that boss that killed you 20 times in a row. That's where the appeal of that series comes from. That's why it has the fan base that it has. And if you take that away, you won't be getting that experience when you kill those bosses because they don't challenge you. And it doesn't have, super memorable characters where you're, oh, I just love this character. Their story was so interesting and blah, blah, blah. It doesn't have that. Most of the story in Souls games is through little bits and pieces of lore that you find scattered around the world, not from an actual plot. That game's appeal is strictly based on its challenge. And in a recent interview, the head of From Studios, the director, was it Miyazaki? He said the same thing, that if you give their games an easy mode would be to take away the identity of what their studio was built for. and what their studio is known for. So no, I don't believe Souls-like should have an easy mode. What type of church is better for meeting people, a Catholic type or a Christian-based one? Well, Catholic church is still, essentially a Christian church. But I'm not Catholic. I haven't spent a whole lot of time in a Catholic church, so I couldn't really answer that one for you. Well, there's a difference between having a memorable boss fight and having a memorable character as far as like who they are, what their motivations are, what their backstory is, etc., etc. I think you know what I meant, Slick. Anyway, we got 3 minutes left. Oh, shit. Well, I guess we got an hour left. We got an hour left to go. And I guess I'll be ordering a copy of Babylon's Fall. Thank you, Ultra Steel. I appreciate that. So, keep on asking questions. We got another hour of sitting here. Let me go back over to my Steam Labs. Because I haven't gotten to use this one in a while, guys. Your time has been extended. Oh, and because you donated, I gotta use this one too. $1 bill, y'all. Thank you, Ultra Steel. It is appreciated. Would you ever do a review of Crossfire X? Yeah, I could do a review of Crossfire X. I mean, it's on Game Pass. Technically speaking, I could play it tonight. Or I could have, but now I'm extended by an hour, so I won't be playing it tonight. Because I got to go to bed early so that I can get up at 9 o'clock in the morning in time for my 10 o'clock showing of The Batman. That's cool, Ultra Steel. I really appreciate it. This is the first time that we've gone longer than 3 hours in months. I think the last time was in May. Do you have a favorite game within a game from an RPG, like Triple Triad, for instance? No, I've never really... I can't say I've ever really gotten into any of the mini games that are in RPGs. Like you had, the water volleyball or whatever, crash ball or whatever they called it from Final Fantasy X. I never liked it. I don't like playing, Gwent or whatever in The Witcher 3. So, no. I gotta load my PayPal so I can start hooking 7th up. No, you hold on to your money, Tokes. Hold on to your money. I appreciate it, son, but hold on to your money. I was so close to accidentally putting $300 in the donate part. Ultra Steel, if that had happened, I would have sent it back to you immediately or rejected it or whatever. I wouldn't have let that happen to you. Did you like Siren Blood Curse? I don't remember. I've only played one Siren game. And I think it was the one that came out. It was either on PS3 or PS4. I can't remember now. But I wasn't a huge fan of it. I didn't dislike it. The gameplay loop wasn't interesting me. It wasn't that I didn't like the story or the graphics or anything. It just didn't seem very fun to play. Maybe I didn't give it enough of a chance. I don't know. No worries. result or steal. I appreciate it, son. You specifically waited. You knew you were going to do that way earlier on, but you specifically waited until there was like 2 minutes left on the clock. I see what you did there, son. I see what you did. 7th, will you play GT7? Not sure if you like Forza more racing games on a big screen, blah, blah. I'm not a big fan of sim racers. I like arcade racers. And Gran Turismo doesn't have an arcade version. So I'll eventually own it for the collection, but I'm not in any rush to buy it. You know, the only reason that I even played Forza Horizon 5 was because it was the closest thing on the market that I could get to Burnout Paradise 2. But it's not as fun as Burnout Paradise. So I didn't need, I liked it okay, but it wasn't as fun as Burnout Paradise, which is like my gold standard. That's my personal favorite racing game. Is there a game series where you have no idea why people are into it? Well, Minecraft, really, to me, that is like a supremely boring game. And it's not pretty to look at. I can understand getting a bunch of your friends together and doing stupid crap in it. But aside from that, the amount of time that I spent playing it, the only way I was able to have fun with it was spending 3 months covering the entire map with dynamite and then blowing the whole island up, which almost crashed my 360. Maybe the less you know, the better. Is Red Dead Redemption 2 the game you were most disappointed you were ever... Yeah, I was really expecting more from Red Dead Redemption 2. But I was also really disappointed in Final Fantasy 13, Final Fantasy 15, because I really liked Final Fantasy 12. Mass Effect Andromeda was an incredible letdown. Do you have a favorite Telltale game? Probably the one I enjoyed the most was Tales from the Borderlands, because it had a funny plot, and Handsome Jack was actually a good guy in that game. Well, at least for most of it, I think. I can't really remember now. It's been so long since I played it that I get the plot of it and the pre-sequel mixed up. Do you prefer Final Fantasy VII OG or Final Fantasy Remake? Final Fantasy OG. The remake was all right, but I didn't really care for the sort of but not quite Kingdom Hearts combat. There are other games out there that prove that turn-based JRPGs still work and can be successful. Dragon Quest XI, anyone? So I didn't see the need of turning Final Fantasy VII into an action game. But they gave it to the director of Kingdom Hearts, so what do you expect? And even then, he couldn't get the whole game done. Just one part of it. What a joke. Yeah, I like personally, Tokes, I like the original Warcraft strategy games better than World of Warcraft. I never really got into World of Warcraft, but I did like, especially Warcraft 3. I really liked Warcraft 3. And then they made a Lord of the Rings ripoff of Warcraft 3 that was called War of the Rings, and I really got into that one too. Yeah, Batman was okay. It was pretty good. Is there a game you went into it thinking it was going to be a DBTS, but it turned out to be good? Yeah, believe it or not, God of War 2018. Because, man, that first 90 minutes is rough. You can't dodge properly. You're super limited in what your attacks can do. You can't jump. But then after that first 90 minutes, you unlock better dodge rolling. You start to get better weapons and armor and whatnot. You learn some additional techniques, and then it opens up. But going into that first 90 minutes, after having played God of War 3 and God of War Ascension, I was like, oh, I don't know. I don't like this at all. Video Game Lover donated you as well. Oh, I see it. $2.45. Cool. Let me get him a dollar bill. I'm sorry, Video Game Lover. I didn't see it when it came up on screen. That's what I get sometimes when I'm talking. If I'm starting to get a little tired, I'll lean my head down like this and I don't see stuff that pops up on the screen. That's my fault. There you go. Dollar bill for Video Game Lover. Sorry about that, son. Sorry about that. What grinds your gears more, getting all but one trophy for the platinum or the game sucking so you don't get any trophies? Neither of those really bother me that much because there's a lot of games where, I'll gauge how much time and effort it's going to take me to get a particular trophy. And if it's more than I'm willing to put in with it, I have no problem having like an 80 or 90%. Really, honestly, I don't really care that much if I get the platinum or not. It's mainly just, I want to at least beat the game so I can show that I played it all the way through. What does grind my gears is when I do something that's supposed to unlock the trophy and it glitches and doesn't unlock it. And I don't have a save where I can go backwards and redo whatever it was to unlock that trophy. That's one of my biggest pet peeves with trophies and achievements, is when the achievement or the trophy glitches out. I just got God of War for $20. I know it's on the PS5 collection. I just wanted the physical version. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. I've got physical copies of games that are included in that whole PS Plus collection thing. In fact, I have just about every game that's currently in the PS Plus collection. Physical. So, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, not going to lie, 7th. I love God of War 2018, but you're right. The first 90 minutes to 2 hours is really bad. Yeah, because you're used to Kratos being able to do all these speedy combos and everything, and then you're just running around throwing your axe at stuff and hit one guy with your axe, and you can't dodge good, you can't block good, you can't even run at a decent clip. And then after that 90 minutes, a bunch of stuff unlocks that you can do, and then the game actually starts getting good. But that first 90 minutes, man, phew. I was ready. I was already formulating the script in my head. And I even talked about that in my review. Nine, 10. I don't know if that's coming up on the mic or not, but my stomach's making weird noises and I'm not hungry. It's one of the side effects of the stomach ailments that I have. Every now and again, for no reason, my stomach will go. And I'm not hungry. It's not hunger pangs. Now I'm waiting for PS5 to drop in price. P5R to drop in price. Let me see if my stomach does it again. Did a little bit. See if it does it and the mic can pick it up. Let's listen. The minute I aimed the mic at my stomach, it stopped. It was going. Oh, Persona 5 Royal or whatever. 7th, were you a fan of the Metroid Prime trilogy, and is it available on Wii U eShop? I have no idea if it's on the eShop or not. And I guess I was a sort of fan of them. Yeah, I still prefer traditional Metroid. I like Metroid better as a 2D. But for what it was alright. Didn't care all that much for the Wii controls, though. I preferred playing it with a regular controller. I had to get the 4 terabyte external hard drive for the PS5. I have a load of PS4 and PS5 games on it. I think with PS5 games, Tokes, it's going to make you transfer them back over to the SSD to be able to play them. But the PS4 games you can play straight off the hard drive. I think that's the way it's done. Which I know what you mean. I have a 2 terabyte out there in the game room that is absolutely full of PS4 games. It's almost out of space, like several hundred. Because I bought a lot of digital only available games on PS4 last generation. Well, Clean Frame, I'm kind of with you. The Metroidvania style of play is one of my favorite genres. And so, coming to an area that you can't get past, so you have to explore a different part of the map, and you find this thing that unlocks a door, and so you go back to that area. I love that kind of stuff. Again, I haven't seen the Batman yet. My tickets are for tomorrow. It did it again. You gonna do it? These stomach problems that I have, part of it is that I have IBS, and the other part of it is that I have fatty liver disease. And those two things combine to where my stomach will just randomly make these weird noises. And they sound like when someone has hunger pangs in an anime. You know that noise that they put in anime when someone's hungry? My stomach does that all the time. Like, on and off all day long, whether I'm hungry or not. It's weird. It's very weird. You know what? While I don't want to forget, so while I'm thinking about it, I made a promise, so I'm going to keep it. Now you can kind of see this in the reflection of my glasses a little bit. I'm on Amazon.com, and that was Babylon's Fall PS5. Let's see. $59. Okay. Let me check real quick, because I haven't transferred any fundage over. Some of the stuff you guys donated was through Super Chat, so I don't get that yet anyway. But let me see here. Move that over there and go. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let me just check real quick. And do 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 do. And see. Never. Yeah, we're good. All right. Buy now. When can you get it to me? Let's see. When can you get it to me? Delivery date tomorrow. Sounds good. Place order. All right. It's on its way. Physical version arrives tomorrow. I kept my promise. I don't think 8's in here anymore, Clean Frame. 8th rarely stays for the entire 7th cast. He'll get bored and go do something else. 7th, are dragons and urban legends quadrupeds or are they bipedal? I think that kind of varies. Like some of the legends, they're flying around, like if they're Chinese dragons. So it kind of varies. Most of them that you see, that you read about, were on 4 legs. Nope, Chris G, there is a physical edition of Babylon's Fall, and it's coming to the house tomorrow. Because I'm an Amazon Prime member, so on certain things, I get next day shipping. Most things, it's like 2 or 3 days, but on some things, I can get next day, release date, that kind of stuff. Amazon Prime's worth it. I got nothing to complain about when it comes to Amazon Prime, except that on occasion they screw me over on orders because orders don't show up when they're supposed to. And so then, I call to complain and they give me a digital copy of the game so I can play it till the physical one I ordered shows up. So I might not start playing Babylon's Fall until Monday because me and 8th were supposed to do some Elden Ring in co-op tomorrow. And plus we have the movie. And plus I need to get, next week's video done. I do most of my video production stuff on Sunday. So tomorrow's going to be kind of packed. But I'll definitely start playing it on Monday. So I can start capturing footages. In contrast with fantasy and fictional stories, dragons are usually bipedal in medieval setting. I've never seen a bipedal dragon in fiction, aside from Chinese dragons walking around on their hind feet when they're not flying around. Most depictions of dragons that I've seen from medieval stuff, the only time you didn't see them on 4 legs was when they were like climbing something or they were rearing up to attack. Did you find Louis C.K. funny? Not especially. Have you played Kena Bridge of Spirits? I own it. I have not played it. 8th has played it. I have not. Why does Platinum make trash games unless it involves skimpy? I don't know. I think, just looking at what I've seen of this game that I just bought with your money and a little bit of my money, what I've seen of it so far indicates to me that they were trying to get some of that games as a service revenue, and it's totally bit them on the ass. I will know for sure starting Monday. Because let me tell you, hardly anybody else is talking about that game. I think the biggest review I saw of Babylon 5 was Dreamcast Guy. Very few other people in the community are talking about it other than trying to use it to make fun of PlayStation fans for some reason. Well, I don't usually put stock in reviews, but I'll wait for your review because I'm on the fence with it. Okay. That might be good for you because by the time I get my review done, the game might be cheaper. You mentioned earlier that the Cuphead show gave you SpongeBob vibes. To me, it feels more like an homage to Ren and Stimpy. Well, if you think about it, SpongeBob's sense of humor was similar in a lot of ways to Ren and Stimpy, just with far less adult innuendo. There's still some adult innuendo in SpongeBob, but not near on the level that Ren and Stimpy was. But it still has a similar sense of humor, and in some ways a similar art style. Like how sometimes when they'd go in for a close-up in SpongeBob, it would be a painted mural instead of animation. That was something that Ren and Stimpy did first before them in that same style. So, yeah, there's a lot of similarities. If you go back and watch old Ren and Stimpy and then go watch early SpongeBob, there's a lot of similarities there. Because you had Ren and Stimpy and you had SpongeBob and Patrick. And Ren and Stimpy was the guy who thinks he's a genius and an idiot. And SpongeBob was two idiots, and the guy that thinks he's the genius is the neighbor next door, being Squidward. So there's a lot of similarities there. It's pretty funny seeing both sides go back and forth about what's worse, Crossfire X or Babylon's Fall. Yeah, it's like watching somebody debating over whether you'd rather have, constipation or diarrhea. I wouldn't really want either one, because they both suck. Sony has exclusive rights to Final Fantasy 16, Babylon's Fall, and the one with the girl. Forspoken. That's the thing, there's some people that are saying that Sony have already bought Square Enix and they just haven't announced it. Why would they buy it? For the most part, Square Enix isn't putting their games on Xbox anyway. So why would they buy it at this point? They're getting some of their smaller digital games on Game Pass, but all their big releases are Sony and PC only. So why would they buy Square Enix right now? I don't understand what it would get them. Not saying it ain't going to happen, but I could think of other studios they could buy that they'd get more out of it as far as an exclusive thing than Square Enix right now. To me, a natural buy for them would be Capcom, because they've bought that esports company, Evo or whatever it's called. They bought that company, so now they own this big esports league. Capcom would be a natural choice for them because of Street Fighter. Will you play the upcoming AEW game? It's going to have Owen Hart in it. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't played a WWE game, and I couldn't tell you when. Have you gotten around to Death's Door yet? I downloaded it on Game Pass, but I haven't played it yet. Haven't gotten around to actually playing it. I downloaded it, haven't played it. I downloaded Crossfire X. I haven't played it yet either. Like I said, I haven't been playing much of anything for the last 2 weeks. I think the only game that I played during the last 2 weeks was, Super Chat, $10 from Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Thank you, Four Horsemen. That puts us up to $62.45. $62.45. So let me give you a dollar bill. There you go. Dollar bill, y'all. And his comment was, when I was a child, I always wondered why Squidward was so mean. Now it all makes sense as an adult. Yeah. Yeah, you thought it was all funny and everything when you were a kid. Now you're older and you're like, telling neighborhood kids to get off your lawn. Yup. 7th, was it cold over there today? Nope. It was like 70-something degrees over here. And it was sunny. Didn't get any rain here. Nice and sunny. 70-something degrees. I went walking out there to air the tires up with 8th. And, I was wearing a t-shirt, sweatpants, and house shoes. Didn't give a shit. I'll probably wear sweatpants in the movie tomorrow, too. If I'm going out in public and risking the coof to see a movie, I want to be comfy at least. I ain't buying no popcorn or nothing, though. I'm just watching the movie. I ain't buying a soda either. Because if I buy a soda, this movie's 3 hours long, 90 minutes into it. I don't want to have to get up in the dark to go pee. I've already fallen in a movie theater once in the last year. Once my fat ass sits down in that seat, it's staying. Makes me miss the days of the when I was growing up outside of Chattanooga, and I'd go to the Hamilton Place Mall, go to the Hamilton Place Mall 9 Cinema, because right next to the Hamilton Place Mall, you had the Pot of Gold arcade across from it, but right next to it, Crystal Burgers. So I'd go to the mall with a coat, and I'd tell them, I get cold in movie theaters. And I'd go to Crystal, and I'd buy a bunch of Crystal Burgers and fries, and I'd stuff them in all the pockets of my winter coat. And I'd go walking in the theater, wait for the lights to go down, and I'd eat Crystal Burgers and fries instead of popcorn. And then just to let them know that I'd done that, I'd leave the little crystal boxes laying on the floor in front of the theater and then have them try to guess who it was that snuck crystals into the theater. I was an asshole. I thought it was the funniest thing. Anyway, I plan to visit Texas one day. Maybe I'll see you at Retropalooza. We'll see. You never know. You never know. I've always wanted to go to California. Not in such a rush to do it now. No offense to you. Because, not only are we still dealing with the coof, but, California is now Hobofornia. And, I don't really want to go to Hobofornia. That's why so many of y'all are moving to my state and trying to turn my state into Hobofornia. Not you personally, but Californians. We've had a lot of people from California move here. Because California is turning into a shithole. So. Oh, and so y'all know, that is not a zit right there. That is where 8th's dog cut my forehead today. 8th's dog is very affectionate. But sometimes she doesn't know the difference between a kiss and a nibble. And she was kissing my forehead, and she was slurp, 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 and she bit my forehead right there, right between the eyebrows. Little shit. Death's Door is going to be a BTS, very good indie game. Noted. The Batman should have least offered an intermission window halfway through the movie. I know, right? I mean, Titanic at the theater, intermission. Braveheart at the theater, intermission. They don't do that no more. Look at Avatar, 3 hours long, no intermission. Avengers Endgame, no intermission, 3 hours long. Why? Some people have to piss. Good on you, 7th, about Cali. Stay over there. It's not too bright here. Haha. I just don't want to deal with the smell of the hobo power is the main thing. And, getting little marks and dinks on my shoes from walking through all the crack needles laying on the ground. Thoughts on the Carrie remake? Which one's been remade multiple times at this point? All of them kind of sucked. I didn't like Carrie 2. I didn't like Carrie the TV movie, and I didn't like this most recent one with Chloe Grace, whatever her name is, Hit Girl. I didn't like it either. And now they're remaking Firestarter. And I can sort of understand that, because Firestarter is a movie from the early 80s that bombed at the theater. But I think it's still a pretty effective movie if you sit down to watch it. It starred Drew Barrymore and David Keith, I think, and George C. Scott. Which George C. Scott was I mean, he's a great actor, but he was playing a character that was supposed to be Native American, and George C. Scott was just very tan with long gray hair. So a little bit of whitewashing on that one there. Just a little bit. I mean, George C. Scott was an evil sumbitch in that movie, but a Native American he was not. Kingdom of Heaven had an intermission. I didn't see that one at the theater. Have you played Hades yet? I downloaded it on Game Pass, didn't play it. Best guess is why there's no longer an intermission window. I would imagine it's so they could cram more showings into the theater every day. That even just taking a 15-minute intermission was making it too difficult for them to squeeze that last showing in at the for the day. You know, movie theaters like your movies to be around 90 minutes long so they can show it multiple times during the day and maximize their revenue. They're already pushing that with a 3-hour movie, and then you add like a 15 to 30 minute intermission, that makes it even worse. What's the order that you would rank the Kingdom Hearts games? 1 and bullshit. First one's the only fun one. The rest of them suck. Yep. Them's terrible games. Terrible. But true, it's true. I mean, you know, the combat is fun and okay in all of them. But after the first one, the story is just indecipherable garbage. The first one's the only one that makes sense. Seventh, is it weird that nowadays nerds are more apparent than ever? Back then they were looked down upon, times changed. Well, the world wasn't run by computers back in the 80s. I mean, it was, but, you know, they weren't as prevalent in the overall job market as they are now. And now, you know, everyone on the planet is walking around with a computer in their pocket. You know, they're carrying around a Star Trek The Next Generation freaking tricorder in their pocket all day. And because of that, and because of how much technology has become an everyday part of everyone's life, nerds aren't embarrassed about being a nerd anymore, because they're the ones that end up getting all the big money and all the big houses and all the big cars and all the pussy. I'm just saying. It's not the high school football captain so much anymore. He might get it in high school, but couple of years down the road where he's working at, he's still doing oil changes at the Jiffy Lube, and Dexter over here, who went and got a two-year computer degree and is doing Java Plus scripting for some big bank, and straight out of college, 2 years out of high school, is making $70,000-$80,000 a year, driving around a nice car. Who's getting the ass? It's not the football player. I'm just saying. Do you think The Last of Us TV show will be a success? I don't know, man. I don't know. If it ends up being as bad as these previews for the Lord of the Rings show have been, I ain't got a whole lot of hope for it. To me, Slick, it started getting screwy in Kingdom Hearts 2, because that's when you started getting to the point where there was 3 different versions of every character. And that's when, to me, it started getting stupid. You know, this is Sora, but this is his nothing or whatever, and this is his darkness or whatever. You had 3 different versions of every character in the freaking game. And you didn't, and there's multiple motivations going on, and this is a secret group of this version of the characters, but one of them wants to become a good guy over in this version, but if this guy dies, then Sora dies. It's stupid. It's stupid. I mean, I realize that it's kind of a take on the multiverse thing in a way, but it's still stupid. I just want to kill Disney villains, for fuck's sake. I'm here, but I'm watching in double speed because I'm an hour behind. No problem, MC Chili. In an hour, you'll hear me say that. Haven't seen the Lord of the Rings previews. Oh, they're terrible. They're absolutely horrible, Chris G. They're horrible. They don't look like they have a decent budget. I know they've said that they've spent all these hundreds of millions of dollars on it. It ain't on the screen. It ain't on the screen. It looks like trash. It doesn't look like it had as much money behind it as Game of Thrones. Hell, it doesn't look like it had as much money behind it as The Wheel of Time did. I can't wait to see Michael Keaton back as Batman. I'm excited about that. Even though they're going to use the Flash movie to retcon the Snyderverse. They're going to make it to where that all happened in that other universe, and from now on, all of the movies are going to be in this universe. So in this universe, Henry Cavill isn't Superman. We only have Supergirl. And Batman isn't Ben Affleck. He's somebody else. And they're just using it as an excuse to erase the Snyderverse. It sucks. Although it would appear that Aquaman is still going to be the same Aquaman. And probably Wonder Woman will still be the same Wonder Woman too. Even though Wonder Woman 1984... What a flustercluck that movie was. Good God. That movie was ass. That was one of those movies that thinks that if you have everyone, you have a big scene at a mall and you make sure that everyone is walking around in Reeboks with members only jackets, and that's going to make you feel like you're in the 80s again. No. Not even Stranger Things is really good at capturing what the 80s were like. It gets pieces of it, but not all of it. Of the few complaints that I've seen about the Batman, Pattinson is not one of them. Everyone seems to really like him as Batman. I'll let you know next week because I'll be seeing it tomorrow, and then I'll let you know what I thought of it. Unless you follow me on Twitter, and then you'll know tomorrow because I'll definitely tweet about it when it's over and I get home. That being said, we got 20 minutes left. I don't know why that most recent $10 donation did not get added to the bar, but we have 20 minutes left. Oh! I'm curious now, 7th. What does Stranger Things get wrong about the 80s? I'm guessing the CGI monster stuff ruins the feel. Well, that, but there's just something that it's hard to put into words. It just doesn't feel like the 80s felt to me. It has bits and pieces of it. Like, they're playing Dungeons and Dragons in the basement. Okay, cool. They're wearing 80s era clothes. Okay, cool. But they don't act like 80s era's kids to me. To me, the Goonies are more realistic 80s era kids than the kids in Stranger Things are. To me. There are rumors that that Vince McMahon's going to wrestle at WrestleMania. I'm interested to see how that would work. It's going to be a wheelchair match. It's going to be a wheelchair match. First one to get knocked out of their wheelchair loses. That's how it's going to work. $19 left, folks. 19 minutes. About $12.50 short of the 11 o'clock goal. Somewhere around in there. Seventh, which kids seem more mature? The kids from the Goonies or the kids from Stranger Things? Maybe it's the maturity and the savage nature of the Goonies kids that's missing. Yeah, 80s kids were little assholes, man. We were all little assholes. I mean, you had the occasional, like, Mormon or Jehovah's Witness kid that was always kind of like Butters, but without the psychotic element. You know, they were always, big smile on their face, always willing to help, never hear a bad, depressed, or angry word out of them. But most of us were little assholes that cursed like sailors, didn't give a shit for our own personal safety. Every single one of us, at least on the male side of things, were the living embodiment of the redneck meme. We were all the hold my beer kids. Every single one of us. Only instead of saying hold my beer, it was just watch this. Turbo Express is still here, still needs recap. Sorry I haven't sent it yet. Don't be sore, man. Oh, I didn't realize that was you, Chris. Do you like F is for Family? I tried to watch one episode of it and I hated it. It was just boring to me. But I'm not that big into cartoon sitcoms anymore. I can't even sit through Family Guy anymore. Same thing with The Simpsons. I can't stand either one of them anymore. Every now and again, something will happen. One of the segues in Family Guy will make me chuckle. But it's usually only because I get the reference. I'm not really that big into the sitcoms anymore. And I was never into Rick and Morty. And, 8th tells me that the newest season of Rick and Morty is horse shit. I don't know. I haven't watched any of the new season, but he says it sucks compared to the old seasons. I don't know. Sorry, Chris. I didn't mean to single you out, but I was trying to give examples not directed mainly towards you, but towards a couple of other individuals. So that's my bad. I shouldn't have done that. I realize that, it's kind of hard to get that kind of thing done when you don't want to send me something that's broke. I get it. I wasn't even thinking about you when I first brought that topic up. And, the word Turbo Express just kind of popped into my head all of a sudden. And I'm like, oh yeah, I never got that Turbo Express neither. So it wasn't intentional. It just kind of popped into my head. And you've known me long enough to know that I tend to just say whatever pops into my head at the time. I don't really have a filter. So that's my bad. Believe me, I have to apologize a lot in my life for saying things that I probably should have just not said. It happens a lot, even at work, and they love me at work. But every now and again, a joke will pop into my head, and I just say it. And they're like, man, maybe you shouldn't say that during the team meeting. Oh, sorry. My bad. I'm sad malls are fading away. It's just a great place. And the mall used to be so much fun, but for me, the malls died as a place to hang out when the arcades died. Because without the arcades, the only reason I had to go to the mall was GameStop. And when I started realizing that locally run stores were way better than GameStop, I stopped caring about GameStop. And then, they pulled movie theaters out of a lot of the malls, and so I had even less reason to go into a mall. But that used to be where all the kids went. We'd spend, afternoons at the mall. We worked at the mall or in one of the one of the stores that surrounded the mall. I never worked in the mall. I worked at the Farmore, which the Farmore was in the parking lot of the mall. And then I worked at the Circuit City that was down the street from the mall. But I never actually worked in the mall. 7th, which Tim Allen films are your favorite? Galaxy Quest. It's the only one that I can say that I love. I tolerate Santa Claus 1 and 2. Santa Claus 3 was horse shit. Martin Short ruined it. Martin Short was terrible in that movie. The rest of his movies I haven't really cared for that much. But the only one that I've watched of Tim Allen that I just straight up loved every second of it from beginning to end was Galaxy Quest. Galaxy Quest to me is a perfect film. There's nothing bad about that movie. Nothing. Pure escapist enjoyment from the opening credits to the closing credits. How would you end The Simpsons after this long? Homer F's up at the plant and blows up all of Springfield and kills every single person in town. That's how I'd end it. I'd give them the dinosaur, Jim Henson's dinosaur ending, where they're all doomed. 7, don't feel bad about apologizing after saying stuff bluntly. My ADHD has put me into those kind of moments all the time. A lot of my comments there are quickly sent. Yeah. I like that new Tim Allen sitcom, the one that was canceled by Fox because he said something bad about liberals. Can't remember the name of it. Now, keep in mind, I never really watched Home Improvement either. Mainly I knew Tim Allen from the Santa Claus movies. And he made a couple of comedies that sort of sucked. He made a lot of comedies that sucked, actually. But Galaxy Quest was amazing. I love Galaxy Quest. No, Tim Allen is not voicing Buzz in the new movie. It's Chris Evans, Captain America. He's voicing Buzz in the Buzz Lightyear movie. Which I don't really like that either. That irritates me. Because, for me, Tim Allen and Tom Hanks are what makes the Toy Story films. Without them, why watch them? And so I can maybe understand, he played the TV show version of Buzz Lightyear, and this is supposed to be the real Buzz Lightyear, or whatever is going on with the plot there. I don't know. Last Man Standing. Yeah, I never watched it. And I saw maybe 5 total episodes of Home Improvement over the entire run of that show. I'm just not a big sitcom guy, man. The only sitcom that I've ever really, really gotten into was The Office. I've seen every episode of The Office. And Red Dwarf. I love Red Dwarf. But it's a sci-fi sitcom. Still, it's a sitcom nonetheless. Thoughts on Robin Williams? Had some really great movies, had some not so great movies. He's a brilliant comedian. And now he's dead. Unfortunately. This might blow some minds, but I think my favorite overall Robin Williams movie is Death to Smoochie. That movie bombed horribly when it came out, but I love Death to Smoochie. That movie is so freaking hilarious. I love it. It's my perfect kind of dark, taking something that's cheerful and turning it into something decrepit movie. I love Death to Smoochie. It's hilarious. It's also probably, next to Fight Club, my favorite Ed Norton movie, too. If you have never seen Death to Smoochie, go on to Amazon Prime and rent it, because I don't think it's included as a free film. Go watch Death to Smoochie. Holy shit, I love that movie. Well, Married with Children's a little bit different because it's not your typical sitcom, okay? I think we all know that Married with Children is not your typical sitcom. Yes, of course I liked Married with Children. 7th, have you noticed Disney's marketing strategy of having a heroic, serious-looking protagonist but an adorable little sidekick? Well, that's not really anything new. A lot of the Disney movies going back years did that. You know, Little Mermaid, you had the little crab following her around. Aladdin, you had the monkey and the magic carpet. You know, with Tarzan, you had Rosie O'Donnell as a gorilla, but still, yeah. That's been a trope with Disney for forever. Do you like Dude, Where's My Car? Not really. I mean, I get that it was kind of trying to be the Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure of its generation, but I think it went too far into the dumb area. You know, Bill and Ted were dumb, but they were generally, at the end of the day, they made good choices. And they ended up, you know, winning the day by the choices they made, not by dumb luck. And I think Dude, Where's My Car kind of leans too far into the stupidity. It made them too dumb. Dude, Where's My Car was almost, it's like it wanted to be Dumb and Dumber, but it didn't want to have a plot as Dumb and Dumber. So it went more towards an outlandish sci-fi plot. It was just a really weird mishmash of shit. Fight Club is incredible, yeah. We're down to 5 minutes, folks. 5 minutes left. About $12.50, $13 short of extending by another hour. What's the best and worst Disney remake? Yes, they're all terrible. There hasn't been a good Disney remake yet. Neither the prequel nor the sequel to Dumb and Dumber are good, but the sequel is way better than the prequel. Have you seen ads for this new Brad Pitt movie? Bullet Train? It showed up in my YouTube recommended today, but I haven't watched the trailer yet, so I have no idea what it is or what it's about. I had Crichton eyes for a minute there. I was like, oh. Goodness. Do you watch chick sitcoms like Two Broke Girls? No, I don't watch none of those. I mean, I might have, when I was a kid, I might have watched like 5 or 6 episodes of Laverne and Shirley, and that was mainly because I was watching to see if, like, you know, Mork or Fonzie was going to make a cameo. I can remember the Laverne and Shirley cartoon. I think it was called Laverne and Shirley in the Army or some shit. It was stupid as hell. Seven, this is the most important question I'll ever ask you, but have you ever simultaneously burped and used your magic powers before? Have I burped and farted at the same time? Yes. I called it a farp. It has happened. It is a very, very rare thing, but it has happened. Now, you can try to fake it. If you feel a fart coming, you can swallow a little bit of air, fake a burp. But the bottom line is, when it comes to burps, if you can't taste it and the people around you can't smell it, it wasn't a real burp. I mean, every kid knows how to do that. You said, every kid knows how to do that. Did you prefer South Park Stick of Truth or the Fractured But Whole? Honestly, I have Fractured But Whole on my shelf. Haven't played it. Haven't touched it. It's in my backlog. Don't know if I ever will. For some reason, I want to watch That Girl. Best TV intro ever made. I can't get into that stuff. I can't. I'm surprised that I even got into The Office, but I did. It wasn't because of Michael. What got me into The Office was the constant battle of wills between Jim and Dwight. That's what got me into The Office. It wasn't over Michael. I found Michael's character more annoying than funny. I watched The Office mainly for Jim and Dwight. Beans, Bears, Battlestar Galactica. Or Beats, Bears, not Beans. Beats. Beats, Bears, Battlestar Galactica. That look of terror on Dwight's face when he's not even sure if he's really him anymore. That Jim pulled off the impersonation of him so well that it makes him question his own identity. That cracks me up every time. That's one of my favorite episodes. It's one of my favorites ever. 1 minute left. You should try Ghost Runner. It's a PS Plus game this month. I haven't looked at the PS Plus games. I'll check it out tonight. I got to take a shower before I go to bed, so I'm good and squeaky clean for the movie tomorrow. I got to go to bed early so I can get up to go to that 10 o'clock showing that I bought tickets for that I probably shouldn't have done. But I did it anyway. Yep. Watching the seconds go by. It's almost done. You're not Jim. Jim is an Asian. You haven't noticed. Hats off to not seeing. Oh, Lord. Seventh, is it weird for a straight guy to be friends with a lot of females? No. I had a lot of female friends when I was in high school. Well, Pam, obviously clean frame. All right, well, it's 10 o'clock. We are $12.50 or so short of the 11 o'clock extension. So this is where we will have to part ways. Thank you so much for the donations. It's been a long time since I've gone past 3 hours, so I appreciate it. I will be awaiting my copy of Babylon's Fall tomorrow, and we'll play that throughout the week and capture some footage so we can give you a review. So be thinking about what all you want to ask me next week. Write it down if you need to, because without your content, I have no content for this stream. And I will see you all next week, hopefully. Same 7th time.